try this. Wait, let's make this extra. Ta-da! Making spicy tofu stew? This works best.
Uy, gising! Uy, ikaw na.
Just because we need to keep our distance doesn't mean we have to stay distant. Stay close to your passions with free stories for all. Get 14 gigabytes for Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter for just 99 pesos. Share your passions. Share your stories. Download the GigaLife app and choose free stories.
Welcome to the GigaLife. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The GigaLife in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Things keep getting better because the sun you've loved is now smart.
The sun brings in a new day and everything changes.
Get used to a more seamless prepaid experience. Load via smart retailers, the GigaLife app, and the online store. Say hello to even more promos, events, deals, and partnerships under Smart. Make the most of your Giga with even more Giga promos suited to your needs. And don't worry, you get to keep your Sun mobile number as you move on to Smart, the country's fastest mobile data network. Now you see why? Welcome to Smart!
When I grow up, will there still be birds? What about turtles or whale sharks? Please stop making animals disappear.
When I grow up, can I still swim in the beach? They say some beaches are too polluted? What does that mean? Please help me. I don't want to grow up in a dying planet. If you're gonna produce energy, make sure it's good for all of us.
At NextGen, we believe it's our responsibility to provide cleaner energy that's good for the environment. So we only produce power that is 100% clean, 100% reliable, using 0% coal. Not just for us, but for more generations to come. NextGen, 100% green power, 100% good power.
So, are we good?
Tired of missing the latest news? Get the Inquirer mobile app to get the latest stories and updates as they happen. The Inquirer mobile app is an easy-to-use app with quick access to stories and also enhances your experience on other Inquirer platforms. The Inquirer mobile app also lets you recommend stories for the Inquirer front page and share stories on various social platforms. Have a story to tell? Be an Inquirer reporter with the My Inquirer function. Now that's news anytime, anywhere, always.
Got something you want to share to the world? We got you, fam! We are looking for awesome people like you who want to share content that deserve a spotlight on our site. Whether it's a list of everything you love about catos and doggos, pop culture related artworks, or even your own random photos, memes, and funny videos, we'd be happy to see it and share it to the world. Join our award-winning team and be part of our Ink Pop creator community.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please settle down comfortably. Our program will begin shortly. In the meantime, we would like to remind all participants about the following house rules. As participants for this webcon, we would like to inform you that you are automatically muted and your camera and video will also be turned off. You may submit your questions for the plenary session speakers through the chat button that you will see on your screen. With the assistance of our MAP Secretariat, the concerned moderator will read the questions on your behalf. For your information, you will only be able to see the program participants, but you will not be able to view the other participants. And lastly, in case you lose connection, please join again by repeating what you did earlier in the login. We would like to thank the following sponsors for their generous support for this first Management Association of the Philippines NextGen Web Conference. Our knowledge partner, SGV and Company. Our diamond sponsor, First Philippine Holdings Inc. Our gold sponsors, PLDT Smart and Stratcom. Our silver sponsors, BPI, Security Bank, and United Auctioneers. Our bronze sponsor, Ayala Corporation. Our media partners, ANC, Biz News Asia, Business World, Philippine Daily Inquirer, Philippine Star, and the Manila Times. Our platform partner, Burnew. And finally, our website partner, RGC. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please settle down comfortably. Our program will begin shortly. In the meantime, we would like to remind all participants about the following house rules. As participants for this webcon, we would like to inform you that you are automatically muted and your camera and video will also be turned off. You may submit your questions for the plenary session speakers through the chat button that you will see on your screen. With the assistance of our MAP Secretariat, the concerned moderator will read the questions on your behalf. For your information, you will only be able to see the program participants, but you will not be able to view the other participants. And lastly, in case you lose connection, please join again by repeating what you did earlier in the login. We would like to thank the following sponsors for their generous support for this first Management Association of the Philippines NextGen Web Conference. Our knowledge partner, SGV and Company. Our diamond sponsor, First Philippine Holdings Inc. Our gold sponsors, PLDT Smart and Stratcom. Our silver sponsors, BPI, Security Bank, and United Auctioneers. Our bronze sponsor, Ayala Corporation. Our media partners, ANC, Biz News Asia, Business World, Philippine Daily Inquirer, Philippine Star, and the Manila Times. Our platform partner, Burnew. And finally, our website partner, RGC. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please settle down comfortably. Our program will begin shortly. In the meantime, we would like to remind all participants about the following house rules. As participants for this webcon, we would like to inform you that you are automatically muted and your camera and video will also be turned off. You may submit your questions for the plenary session speakers through the chat button that you will see on your screen. With the assistance of our MAP Secretariat, the concerned moderator will read the questions on your behalf. For your information, you will only be able to see the program participants, but you will not be able to view the other participants. And lastly, in case you lose connection, please join again by repeating what you did earlier in the login. We would like to thank the following sponsors for their generous support for this first Management Association of the Philippines NextGen Web Conference. Our knowledge partner, SGV and Company. Our diamond sponsor, First Philippine Holdings Inc. Our gold sponsors, PLDT Smart and Stratcom. Our silver sponsors, BPI, Security Bank, and United Auctioneers. Our bronze sponsor, Ayala Corporation. Our media partners, ANC, Biz News Asia, Business World, Philippine Daily Inquirer, Philippine Star, and the Manila Times. Our platform partner, Burnew. And finally, our website partner, RGC. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please settle down comfortably. Our program will begin shortly. In the meantime, we would like to remind all participants about the following house rules. As participants for this webcon, we would like to inform you that you are automatically muted and your camera and video will also be turned off. You may submit your questions for the plenary session speakers through the chat button that you will see on your screen. With the assistance of our MAP Secretariat, the concerned moderator will read the questions on your behalf. For your information, you will only be able to see the program participants, but you will not be able to view the other participants. And lastly, in case you lose connection, please join again by repeating what you did earlier in the login. We would like to thank the following sponsors for their generous support for this first Management Association of the Philippines NextGen Web Conference. Our knowledge partner, SGV and Company. Our diamond sponsor, First Philippine Holdings Inc. Our gold sponsors, PLDT Smart and Stratcom. Our silver sponsors, BPI, Security Bank, and United Auctioneers. Our bronze sponsor, Ayala Corporation. Our media partners, ANC, Biz News Asia, Business World, Philippine Daily Inquirer, Philippine Star, and the Manila Times. Our platform partner, Burnew. And finally, our website partner, RGC. Ladies and gentlemen, may we request everyone to pause and bow our heads for the invocation, followed by the Philippine National Anthem.
Bless us all, O Lord, we pray, for loved ones here and near and far away, and everyone for whom we pray. Keep us safe each night and day, the homeless who have no place to stay, those who are suffering in any way, the dying, those mourning or grieving, and all who need God's mercy. Keep us safe, Heavenly Father, when we are at home or traveling on our way, or when we are vulnerable or in danger in any way. Most merciful Father, hear us as we pray for the souls in purgatory or who may be sent there someday. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, helas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang binirang, kuyak ka ng mag-ibig, sa manluluping, di ka pasisigil, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng bagaw, ay hinagang tula, tawid sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang lang katawan ko'y tagumpay na naghihingi, bakit tuwing at
To formally open the conference, please give a round of applause to the President of the MAP and the Senior Partner and ExCom member of Accra Law, Attorney Francis Lim.
Our distinguished speakers, moderators, friends from the government, the diplomatic community, civil society and the media, fellow members of MAP, friends and colleagues, good morning to all of you. On behalf of the Board of Governors and the NextGen Committee of the Management Association of the Philippines, or MAP, I welcome all the over 400 registrants for today's first ever MAP NextGen Conference, which we plan to hold annually. Many others are joining us today through Facebook and YouTube for all the morning sessions and the closing keynote. Many thanks to Cabinet Secretary Carlo Nograles, Mr. Lance Gokongwei, President and CEO of JGB Summit Holdings, Ms. Tan Yuling, co-founder Grab, Ms. Angeline Tam, CEO of ANCAS, and Mr. Ian Barnett, Managing Partner, Asia Pacific Consulting, Ernst & Young, for joining us as plenary speakers for today's inaugural conference. We are very, very appreciative to you for making time for us amidst your extremely busy schedule. Thank you also to our 16 breakout session speakers. Let me also thank all our 20 moderators, and let me express MAP's appreciation to our generous sponsors. Our diamond sponsor, First Philippine Holdings Corporation, our gold sponsors, PLDT Smart and Stratcom, our silver sponsors, Bank of the Philippine Islands, Security Bank, and United Auctioneers, our bronze sponsor, Ayala Corporation, our media partners, ANC, BizNews Asia, Business World, Philippine Daily Inquirer, Philippine Star, and the Manila Times, our platform partner, VeerNew, our website partner, RGC. We would also like to express our deep appreciation to SGB & Company, Ernst & Young Philippines, for being our knowledge partner for this conference. As a knowledge partner, SGB will be conducting the SGB MAP NextGen CEO, a Transformative Leadership Program. This will be a 12-month interactive leadership program geared towards helping at least 15 high-performing young and future CEOs of the country. We will have the signing of the MOA between SGB and MAP right after my remarks. Many, many thanks to the whole MAP NextGen Conference Committee, chaired by Donald Lim, for working tirelessly in putting together this first ever MAP NextGen Conference, whose theme is Crash Landing on Management. My friends, for the first time, the Management Association of the Philippines is bringing together our young business leaders, whom we fondly call as our NextGen leaders, in a web conference that will discuss the most pressing issues and challenges faced by them and provide a forum for these young business leaders to learn from one another. Given the pandemic, NextGen leaders are under tremendous pressure to survive and ride out the challenges brought about by COVID-19. Management has more than ever become critical as decisions have to be under stress in ever volatile and complex business conditions. NextGen managers are expected to play a significant role in managing, leading, and guiding their companies and stakeholders in this turbulent, rapidly changing and digitizing world. Surely, our young business leaders are being confronted by rapid changes, geopolitical volatilities, technological disruptions, and economic uncertainties. Staying on the top of these major issues indeed poses tremendous challenges for our next-gen leaders. The forces that will test the mettle and character of a next-gen leader today are much bigger, challenging, wider, and more impactful than their business predecessors. We, in the Management Association of the Philippines, hope that our young business leaders will have valuable takeaways from today's inaugural conference. Before I close, let me take this opportunity to remind the MAP members to watch out for announcements for the other activities that we have lined up for them for the remainder of the year. Foremost of these activities will be the awarding ceremony for the coveted MAP Management Man of the Year 2020, this coming Monday, November 23, from 12:30 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. As most of you already know, our awardee is no less than Mr. Pique Lopez, the Chair and CEO of the First Philippine Holdings and the Lopez Group. Finally, I would like to remind the MAP members about our fund drive for the disaster victims and our less fortunate brothers and sisters. The proceeds of the fund drive will be given to the intended beneficiaries through reputable foundations and organizations that have credible distribution programs. Non-MAP members are most welcome to participate in this fund drive. Just contact me or our Executive Director, Mr. Arnold Salvador. As of date, MAP has donated 1 million pesos for the Ulysses Typhoon victims in Cagayan. We have also donated some amount to the teams in Marikina City. We course our donation for the Cagayan victims through the St. Paul University Philippines Foundation, which is chaired by one of our members who is based in Tuguegarao City, Sister Merceditas Ang. Other MAP members in Cagayan are helping the victims of the typhoon. In closing, thank you one and all for joining today's first ever MAP NextGen conference. Stay safe and healthy, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Lim. At this point, we will now proceed to the signing of the MOA for the SGV MAP NextGen CEO, a transformative leadership program, which will be a 12-month interactive leadership program geared towards helping high-performing young and future CEOs reframe the future of their companies. May I call back MAP President Francis Lim and the Chairman and Country Managing Partner of SGV and Company, Mr. Wilson Tan, to please their video and simultaneously sign the MOA which was sent to them earlier.
At this point, I'd like to thank MAP, its Board of Governors, led by its President, Attorney Francis Lim, for having SGV as its knowledge partner for this first ever MAP NextGen conference. Thank you, Francis.
Thank you, Wilson. And on behalf of the Board of Governors and the General Membership of the Management Association of Philippines, thank you for this Memorandum of Agreement, and we look forward to a productive program under this agreement. Thank you. Thank you, Wilson.
Thank you, Attorney Lim and Mr. Tan. Ladies and gentlemen, to deliver his message, please welcome the Chair of the MAP NextGen Committee and the Chief Innovation Officer of Udena Group, Dr. Donald Lim.
So good morning again, everyone. Sorry. So as we all know, in this digital age, one of the most used words are "you're on mute." So thank you again and again. Welcome, Secretary Nograles, to the governors of MAP and all the members of MAP. Welcome to this conference. When we were planning for this conference, we felt that we were racking our brains how we could make a conference that is different from the regular MAP CO conference that has been very successful for the past more than 20 plus years. What we're seeing is that we want to create a conference like no other for MAP. We decided to look at the current situation of our business. And when we drafted a conference rationale, why we are doing this conference, here you see that given the pandemic, most of our businesses today are under tremendous pressure to survive and ride out the challenges set forth by COVID. Management has been more than ever become critical as decisions have to be made under stress in ever volatile and complex business conditions. The next generation of managers are expected to be at bat and play a significant role in managing, leading, and guiding their companies and stakeholders in this turbulent, rapidly digitizing world, whether they are prepared or not. And therefore, this conference should provide insights and stories from our fellow next generationers, and also interactions with with experts in specific industry verticals. So when we were planning for this, we begin to realize that what are the organizations created by NextGeners? If you look at, and let me have a very quick check with all of you, right? Are you familiar with this logo? Or this logo? Or this? Or this? Four more. Are you familiar with this logo? This? This? And this? I'm sure every next generation, every next geners would know these logos, what these logos are. Netflix, Snapchat, Spotify, Dropbox, Lalamove, Airbnb, Telegram, TikTok. Right? And these are actually unicorns. And at the same time, last year's top 8 most downloaded apps in the Philippines. And that is why taking inspiration from all of these, when we were crafting for the conference theme, we decided to actually borrow, get ideas from this very one of my favorite and one of the most popular Netflix series. As we all know, most next gen today, we're just cruising along. We feel that we own the world and we can conquer everything, gliding along, right? And the past 20 years have been very good for business. However, the reality happened. There was turbulence and we got stuck in a tree. Like today, most of the businesses, right, see what to do. And the challenge for all of us is how do we get down from the tree and continue forward. I know that most of you actually take inspiration from this guy, and that's why in MAP, as you can see today, a lot of people said I look like him, and I always try to tell people I'm not. But I'm also in costume, so to give credence to this conference. And that is why we actually entitled our conference Crash Landing on Management. Most of us in NextGen, we actually crash landed on management. Whether we are ready or not, we have to make do with the resources we have and manage forward. So I would like to thank all our speakers who are here, Secretary Nograles, Lance Gokongwei, Tan Huy Ling, Ian Burnett, and Angeline Tam. This morning, we will have our keynote speaker and 3 plenary sessions. All of you will be attending it here in this plenary. After that, we will actually have lunch. You will actually have your lunch, and then we will have breakout sessions. The breakout sessions will be just 1 hour each breakout session, and it is up to you, all of you attendees, to choose which session you will be attending. Okay, so you get to decide, right? And it's a highly interactive session because you can ask them anything under the sun. So if you have any questions you would like, and it's really a no holds barred, ask them anything. This is the 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock, and then there will be a 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock session. And then the highlight of this conference will actually be the very first unconference. It's a virtual unconference. And what will happen is that, and I will explain this, we will have a session on this later on, where all of us will be choosing our own topics. And the top 8 topics will be actually be in the breakout rooms, and it will be conducted by all the participants. There will be no speaker. So for the first time, we're doing this because we want to actually, create a conference, like no other. I would like to thank all the moderators who are currently here with us. And we're all working very hard, and at the same time, moderators of the unconference and also the breakout rooms. So let me end by saying, again, a conference like no other in MAP. This is a very different conference because it's a lean forward conference versus a lean back conference. Like most conference where you just lean back and watch the show, this is a lean forward, meaning you have to be interactive. You have to be discussing with the speakers and later on with the different session leads. So it's highly engaging and very interactive. It is personalized because you can choose your tracks. You can, depending on your personality, whether you want to just be an observer or do you want to be highly engaged, it's up to you. It's collaborative. Like all of us, when we created this session, we all collaborated to create this program for you. This program is also collaborative, meaning we need your inputs. We also need your experience, your ideas, and so it becomes more enriching. So in the end, hopefully you get what you contribute, right? And the more you contribute, I encourage all of you to be very active in the discussions so that in the end, you get more. Having said that, again, I would like to thank all our sponsors. We did this in a span of 2 months. And again, we're very happy that a lot of sponsors who believed in us came in. And with that, again, I would like to say thank you to everyone for being here. And I hope that all of you enjoyed today's conference. Thank you very much.
Next generation leaders are under tremendous pressure to survive and ride out the challenges set forth by COVID. NextGen leadership will be about many courageous decisions, and these leaders must be masters of change and resilience, the forces that will test the mettle and character of a NextGen leader. Are not organization-specific, not industry-specific issues. They are much bigger, wider, and more impactful. Organizational strategies and growth paths. For the very first time, the Management Association of the Philippines brings together NextGen leaders in a conference that will discuss the most pressing challenges being faced by today's NextGen leaders and provide a venue to learn from one another. Learn from insights and stories from the NextGen experts and fellow NextGeners. Welcome to the first Management Association of the Philippines NextGen Web Conference 2020. Crash Landing on Management. In the interest of time, we will dispense with the lengthy introduction of our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our opening keynote speaker, the Cabinet Secretary from the Office of the President and the Co-Chair of Interagency Task Force on Emerging Infectious Diseases, Secretary Carlo A.B. Nograles.
MAP President Attorney Francisco Francis Lim, Dr. Donald Patrick, MAP NextGen Conference Chair, SGVNCO Chair and Country Managing Partner, Mr. Wilson P. Tan, fellow speakers, moderators, officials and members of MAP, guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen, Maayong buntag. I'd like to express my gratitude to the Management Association of the Philippines for inviting me to speak at today's conference. As always, it is a privilege to be among progressive leaders, top management practitioners, and professionals. This provides us in government a venue for meaningful exchange with the hopes that we all gain insightful learnings that may be useful in our respective management journeys. But first, allow me to share though that many of my staff at the OCS, the Office of the Cabinet Secretariat, are K-drama crazy and big fans of Captain Ree and Crash Landing on You. And your theme and social media ad cards got them all excited. The wit, creativity, and timeliness of choosing the theme Crash Landing on Management is not lost on me, and I think is actually most needed, especially in these very, very trying times of crisis. Crash landing, an act of bringing an aircraft on back to ground, roughly in an emergency, sometimes without lowering the landing gear, I believe is an appropriate metaphor for how effective leaders respond to any crisis. Next slide. I will have to agree with how MAP perfectly enumerated rapid changes, technological disruptions, economic uncertainties, and geopolitical volatilities as natural conditions that the ongoing pandemic has brought about. These are very much aligned with how the Harvard Business Review described our situation. With COVID-19 are not only disruptions, but also rapid multidimensional changes. These multidimensional changes being perpetual, pervasive, and exponential. In light of this, many of you, I'm sure, may be asking the question, what is government doing? And how do we continue effective public service with these changes? There is no doubt that the pandemic continues to hit us hard. Our economy contracted in the first 3 quarters of the year after 21 years of uninterrupted growth. This is mainly due to the strict quarantine measures implemented in March to June, purposely to save lives and to boost the country's healthcare capacity. Considering the continuing threat of COVID-19, it is important that the government and the private sector are on the same track towards providing better ways to improve and protect the welfare of all. Ensuring health and safety is foremost as we allow more and more people to resume their daily activities in the transition to the new normal. The task of trying to find a balance between public safety and economic security has been very tough and needs to be approached with much care. But thanks to the public and private sector coming together, we are seeing early signs that the country will be revitalized sooner than we actually expected. We are encouraged with these recent improvements. The Philippine Statistics Authority said merchandise exports reached $6.22 billion in September, up from $6.08 billion in the same month last year. The figure was also up from $5.5 billion registered in August. Our exports have climbed 2.2%, the first time they rose since the government declared a community lockdown in March to contain the spread of COVID-19. The Manufacturing Purchasing Managers Index has also improved from 27.5 in April to 47.3 in July, and now to 50.2 in September. The value and volume of production for the manufacturing sector also improved from March to July. The PMI thus moved slightly above the crucial 50 threshold, signaling marginally improving conditions in the manufacturing sector. September's uptick was driven by a softer fall in output and the first increase in new orders since February. Remittances summed $2.6 billion in September, representing a 9.3% year-on-year expansion. This follows August's 4.1% year-on-year fall. On a 12-month moving average basis, in September, remittances totaled $29.8 billion above the $29.6 billion registered in August. September's 12-month moving average was stable from a year earlier. Solid remittances in the recent months have been one, actually, of the few bright spots of our pandemic-struck economy and are propping up consumption to an extent. Overseas Filipino remittances have rebounded after declines in March, April, and May. Of course, we all know that the GDP contracted 11.5% year-on-year in the third quarter, slightly milder than the 16.9% contraction tallied in the second quarter, but still the second sharpest decline on record as partial lockdown restrictions, elevated uncertainty, and a slowdown in the fiscal support weighed on activity. On a seasonally adjusted quarter-on-quarter basis, GDP expanded actually 8% in quarter three, a fairly mild rebound given it followed the previous period's 14.9% contraction. Unemployment rate, of course, spiked to 17.7% in April, but improved to 10% in July when lockdowns were eased. And according to Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas just last week, our foreign direct investment inflows, net inflows, continued its growth momentum in August 2020, recording a 46.9% expansion year-on-year to $637 million from $434 million in August 2019. The net incomes of many big corporations have either grown or turned around for the first time in 9 months, and the reopening of the economy clearly has contributed to bigger and better corporate earnings and the pickup in some business activities. So government has been taking the necessary steps to make these happen for the benefit of all. It is vital for the economy to move faster and that more people are able to report back to work. While opening the economy and allowing sufficient public transportation in order to recover livelihoods is welcome, these need to be accompanied by strict minimum health protocols and other safety practices. Still, the impact of COVID-19 is not going away anytime soon. However, daunting, government chooses to keep moving forward, keep finding solutions, constantly engaging people while we concentrate our energies and limited resources towards workable alternatives without compromising health and safety. Now, according to NEDA, we need to facilitate trade and improve our export competitiveness. Programs focused on streamlining, reviewing of regulations, and using technological innovations, including digitalization, is vital in keeping the economy on track. For the gradual and calibrating reopening of the economy, regulatory reforms and technological innovations are needed for our trade and overall economic recovery. Efforts to facilitate trade will need to be complemented with an investment regime and legislation for the Philippines to be seen as a sustainable destination for foreign direct investments. So a whole gamut of efforts are being undertaken, gearing our country towards faster economic recovery so that our country could afford to resume more economic activities. And several strategies to curb the spread of COVID-19 have been put in place as emerging concerns are identified early and being addressed. Now, these efforts by government are driven mostly by the need to continue thinking fast, acting fast, in order to adjust fast enough to the recent trends. Virtualization of the workspace, online learning, virtual health, and e-commerce that are all accelerating exponentially. Changes anticipated to take years suddenly are occurring in just months, or in some cases even weeks, and some even in days. Understandably, leaders have struggled to address these overlapping changes simultaneously, dealing with economic, health, and logistical crises that have unfolded at top speed. And just like you, government leaders are constantly being confronted with these considerations as well. Largely, what has been working is that fundamentally our decisions has been sound pre-COVID, so that even with these unprecedented impacts, we are able to ride the very rough tides, so to speak. Now, going back to our theme today, let us now consider these 5 tips to crash land successfully. Pay attention to safety announcements. Know where the exit doors are located and how to open them. Always wear your shoes during takeoff and landing, but never wear heels on the slide, as puncturing a slide means one less exit is available for all. Keep your passports handy and leave everything else behind. Now, while these 5 tips are meant for aircraft travel, if we really ponder on them, these 5 tips also describe the qualities that good leaders have and need in order to survive a crash landing, such as the situation we find ourselves in. To not just survive, but to do so hopefully unscathed and able to thrive in this new normal. Number 1, pay attention to safety announcements. It is important that as leaders, we pay attention to government guidelines, regulations, updates, studies, as these are all meant to inform us and guide us on decisions that need to be made, especially in crisis situations. Number 2, know where the exit doors are located and how to open them. In management, leaders always need to know all our options, planning wise, and more importantly, to know how to carry out and implement them, because as leaders, we are expected to not just know where the doors are, but also how to open them and lead everyone out to safety, so to speak. Number 3, always wear your shoes during takeoff and landing. As leaders, we need to be prepared for anything and have the foresight to anticipate and prevent potential hazards that may endanger our people. Number 4, keep your passport handy. As leaders of organizations, we always need to never, ever lose sight of our identity and our purpose. And number 5, leave everything else behind. In a crisis, we are forced to abandon the ways we are used to doing things, and so we must leave them all behind and adapt to change. Change, by its very nature, leaves people and organizations feeling confused, disoriented, vulnerable, and exposed and fractured at a time when resilience, cohesion, and collaboration are necessary to perform at the highest levels. An emerging body of literature actually points to psychological safety, shared purpose, and distributed cognition as powerful drivers of leadership, team, and organizational performance, particularly in rapidly changing environments. Which brings us to the next question. What then does it take to lead in these change-laden times? Well, this pandemic necessitates the ability of leaders to decide on what actions will have to be taken and when to implement them. These decisions will only be as effective when based on well-informed strategic options for first survival and then later on during the reset, rebound, and recovery phases. Leaders who observe the democratic management style consider the perspectives and feedbacks to build consensus among key stakeholders. Transparency and participation are musts. I would say that this is a type of leadership being observed in our interagency task force for the management of emerging infectious diseases. At the regular meetings of the IATF, we deliberate on emerging issues relative to the crisis, primarily on health and the economy, and we craft policies that guide the different government agencies, LGUs, and the general public. The task force provides regular updates on the country's current COVID situation. This pandemic has required all of us in government to perform and deliver on top of our regular functions and mandates. If it is not for the wisdom in management leadership, the handling of the current health emergency crisis would have been a much greater challenge for all of us. This illustrates very well, I suppose, a good example on how we do crash landing in terms of management and applying a democratic style of management in it. Now, to make informed decisions, we have to understand and accept that managers need specialized knowledge and should actively seek expert advice. Experts can contribute to better decisions by filling gaps in existing management knowledge. For instance, as managers, we need the external advice from epidemiologists, scientists, experts to assess the course of this coronavirus. Likewise, the academe, civil society organizations can also have experts who can provide valuable alternative perspectives on such important matters. We also have internal expertise, which also come in handy and is very valuable in crisis. So managers should also be able to reach deep down into their own organization for frontline insights. Now, when faced with a crisis, management is forced to think and behave in ways that may seem unfamiliar at first. Whether it be technological, financial, natural, or a health crisis, at work or in the community, crisis demands that leaders take an emergency response plan and adapt to it as new evidence and factors present themselves. Just like during a crash landing, effective pilots are able to remain calm and maintain a sense of perspective. And this should be the goal as well of management leaders in the midst of a crisis situation. So as we continue to see, COVID-19 has created disruptions on operations, supply chains, stakeholder engagements, economic activities, and financial stress, among others, as implications of the imposition, particularly of community quarantine. A function of our task force includes serving as the government's mechanism to assess, monitor, control, contain, and prevent the spread of the virus, composed of almost all major government agencies. The IATF actually also organized task groups and subgroups to develop the necessary plans for concerned sectors and allow for a directed and cohesive whole of government response. The characteristics required in order to master democratic management style include having a sense of objectivity, excellent communication skills, the ability to make sense of varying opinions and perspectives, decision-making skills, and open-mindedness. But another type of management, which we find of value to me personally in another very important undertaking that I was tasked to lead, is visionary management. And one of the benefits of this type of management style is that it inspires trust between the leader and its members. Visionary leaders rely on their teams to get the work done so that team members have autonomy over their day-to-day roles. Another benefit is that this management style is extremely flexible. And one of the great things about the vision is that there's more than one right way to achieve it, which means companies and organizations are given the ability to test out different paths and methods. Of course, the characteristics of visionary management, including having flexibility when obstacles come up, nurturing to feedbacks, having the ability to inspire, motivate, and mobilize groups, and strategic and long-term thinking and decision-making skills. I say that in light of the problem of hunger. And amid COVID-19, the problem of hunger is seen to be worsening. In fact, the world is not on track to achieve zero hunger by 2030, since at the current pace, approximately 37 countries will fail even to reach low hunger as defined by the Global Hunger Index by 2030. No? Our country, the Philippines, is ranked 69th among 117 countries with a score of 19.0, or suffers from a level of hunger classified as moderate based on the 2020 Global Hunger Index. It's actually a slight improvement from our 2019 GHI, and underlying this improvement are reductions in each of the 4 GHI indicators, namely undernourishment, child stunting, child wasting, and child mortality. But from 1990 to 2019, our country has been experiencing serious levels of hunger. It's the first time that we've gone to moderate, but we don't know what COVID will bring in terms of the numbers next year. And we all know that based on the recent SWS survey held last September, the number of hungry Filipinos who have experienced involuntary hunger at least once in the past 3 months have actually increased from 4.2 million to an estimated 7.6 million households, with an estimated 2.2 million families suffering severe hunger. This shows a hunger incidence of 30.7, which is the highest recorded incidence since March of 2012. Then add to this the impacts of the recent disasters. In 2019, we had Typhoon Ursula. Then while we were all on our knees, came typhoons Quinta, Rolly, Shoni, and Ulysses. But the weight of eradicating hunger cannot be borne solely by government. So as we continue to address this during these very trying times, we also need to have a systemic and sustainable solution that engages everyone, from our food producers to lawmakers to businesses and the general public. So with the intent of further pursuing the objectives and utilizing not just a whole-of-government approach, but rather a whole-of-nation approach to realize Sustainable Development Goal 2, which is zero hunger by 2030, the President signed Executive Order number 101, series of 2020, last January 10 of 2020, creating an interagency task force on zero hunger, which I was appointed to chair. SDG 2 calls for the country's programs to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. So this executive issuance mandates the task force to craft the national food policy, which I'm very pleased to inform you we launched last October 16 during the commemoration of the 2020 World Food Day. And among the interventions identified by our task force is the harmonization of the efforts of many national government agencies and ensuring the collaboration of various stakeholders in the implementation of all the programs that address hunger. This national food policy is our roadmap, our game plan to achieve zero hunger. And we've actually identified 6 key result areas with defined desired outcomes and success indicators and measures that will enable us to once and for all end hunger and malnutrition by 2030. We have KRA 1 that basically just reviews and rationalizes all our existing policies and the policy environment pertaining to hunger. KRA 2 to ensure available and affordable food. KRA 3 to secure nutrition adequacy and end all forms of malnutrition. KRA 4 to secure food accessibility and safety for all peoples for all time. KRA 5 to ensure that our food systems are sustainable, resilient, and stable, particularly during emergencies. And KRA 6, which demand and call for people participation and necessitates information, education, awareness, and communication. So the realization of the zero hunger goal is very much dependent on everyone's active participation. And with everyone, we mean not only the government, but the whole of Philippine society. That includes the private sector, and that includes you, the Management Association of the Philippines. Noting that food security and hunger are multidimensional issues which require the help and participation of the different stakeholders, we in fact launched a public-private collaboration, a movement to end hunger in our lifetime called Pilipinas Contra Gutom. So, to conclude, to be an effective leader, you must know yourself very well. The path for determining one's leadership style is to think about not only what you need to accomplish or what your organization values, but also what your team needs. Contrary to unrealistic notions of leadership, being a leader is less about being served, but more about being of service, because leadership is actually about service. Change is defining our emerging future, and as a consequence, effective leadership will be defined by the ability to navigate this new reality. Although our models for leadership may not have been built for this kind of change, we need a new form of leadership, better equipped to navigate this unprecedented kind of change. A new kind of leader is actually called the sapient leader, and that is characterized by being wise, sagacious, and discerning in navigating change while also being humane in the face of change and amidst a face of change that can feel alien. Sapient leaders exhibit authenticity, humility, and vulnerability, inspiring the necessary trust and psychological safety that drives shared learning and intelligence, resulting in enhanced collective performance and leading to a better future for all. These are said to be the four pillars of sapient leadership. Leader humility, authenticity, and openness instills trust and psychological safety. Number two, trust and psychological safety empower individuals and teams. Third, continuously learning teams enable effective navigation of change. And last, shared purpose and values enhance focus, cohesion, and resilience during change. Sapient, in its definition, refers to the nature of us humans. It is in our nature to adapt or risk perishing. The challenge of change during this pandemic is that it amplifies the pressure on governments, leaders, teams, and organizations to evolve and adapt faster or become irrelevant. We, as a species, have never confronted change of this magnitude or at this pace. Sapient leadership is a framework that enables accelerated adaptation in a wise and humane way. Sapient leaders and their successful organizations change with change itself. So let me end my talk by saying that we are living in unprecedented times when leaders have even more critical roles to play. We all need to go do what's right, and it will all eventually work out. So to all of us here today, honored with the tremendous responsibility of leadership, may we all remain encouraged with the resilience and perseverance we have been exercising. The next generation has much to look up to, and may you continue to promote management excellence for nation building. Uphold the values of resilience, capacity, and adaptability, the need to collaborate for opportunities and innovation in addressing crisis situations. These are constants, and keeping our values as our guiding posts. This will all see us through. Your government continues to support your advocacies for reforms for a better future for the Philippines. We hope that you will continue to support our COVID-19 response and recovery programs, our journey towards attaining zero hunger in our country as we reopen the economy even more. I remain confident that all will be well for as long as we work together to land with perhaps a few scuffs and bruises, maybe minor cuts and scrapes, but safely and securely, most importantly, ready to get up, move towards a better future. My sincerest gratitude to all of you for allowing me to be with all of you today. Keep safe and healthy. God bless. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Secretary Nograles. We will now proceed with Plenary Session 1. Let us welcome our speaker on NextGen Leadership in a Conglomerate, the President and CEO of JG Summit Holdings Incorporated, Mr. Lance Y. Gakongwei.
Mr. Francisco Ed Lim, President of the Management Association of the Philippines, NextGen Conference Committee Chairman, Mr. Donald Lim, Secretary Carlo Nograles, fellow speakers and NextGen leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for having me here today to share with you my journey as a second-generation leader of JG Summit. When I assumed the position of President and CEO of JG Summit in May 2018, it was very clear to me that my role was that of a steward, a caretaker of the business that had been entrusted to me. With the role came the responsibility of ensuring that JG Summit continues to thrive, not just during my watch, but over a long period of time. One of my major challenges as a next generation leader is to steer the conglomerate to its next level of growth amidst today's highly disruptive world. I've learned from my 33 years of working for the business that our keen ability to recognize change, confront competition, and overcome adversity has ushered in countless opportunities for the business to grow and prosper over the years. Starting as a single product company in 1956, we have significantly expanded and strengthened our portfolio to provide our customers a wide array of products and services, many of which are now household names. Today, JG Summit's businesses span various industries ranging from food and beverage, aviation, real estate, banking, petrochemicals, IT, infrastructure, and logistics. We also have investments in utilities such as power and telecom, and affiliate businesses in retail and media. While our businesses, like most, have been affected by this historic pandemic, our diversified portfolio helped mitigate its ill effects on our overall business performance. Getting to where we are now from our humble beginnings is a testament to our founder, Mr. John Gokongwei Jr.'s vision, entrepreneurial spirit, courage, grit, and resilience. I am humbled to be given this distinct opportunity to continue and build on the great legacy that he has left behind. The stewardship of this business is a responsibility, a privilege actually, that I take very seriously. To ensure the continued success and longevity of JG Summit as a next-gen leader, I am guided by my three-pronged philosophy. First, we have to put the interest of the business ahead of the family. Second, we need to build a strong corporate culture anchored on our organization's purpose, values, and ambition. And third, our business must have a social purpose so that in turn, we may gain our social license to operate. Recent research shows that only 3% of family businesses last beyond its fourth generation. But Mr. John had a vision for the company 100 years into the future. He wanted the business to last and survive well beyond its third generation, unlike most family businesses. My father instilled in us the mindset that the family is here to support the business. The business is not here to support the family. This puts into proper perspective our family's role and responsibility as next-gen leaders in ensuring that the business prospers and endures for generations to come. As long-term shareholders and stewards of the business, our family has always prioritized investing in JG Summit's growth over dividends to the family. The vast majority of our earnings are flowed back into the business, with typically no more than 10% going to the family as dividends. By reinvesting our profits, we are able to further grow the business. The family also believes that the business has to be managed professionally. We view ourselves as professionals. We work as hard, or some say even harder, as everyone. Just like everyone else, we have to keep on learning, work at further developing our competencies and skills, and getting the job done. Managing the business professionally also means getting the best qualified talents to help the family's next-gen leaders run the business. We need to work alongside the best management team and a committed and competent employee force who will help guarantee that this business not only survives but flourishes over a long period of time. One other way of ensuring that the business is managed well was the move to list JG Summit and our major subsidiaries on the stock exchange. Being listed puts our management under public scrutiny and provides checks and balances. We also need to work doubly hard as we are accountable to our external shareholders who have entrusted their hard-earned savings to us. To further ensure the continuity of the business, Mr. John and his brothers Henry, Johnson, and James donated a significant portion of their shares to form the initial corpus of the Gokongwei Brothers Foundation in 1992. On the occasion of Mr. John's 80th birthday in August 2006, he announced that he was donating half of all his shares in JG Summit to support various charities through the Gokongwei Brothers Foundation. The donation, which made GBF the single largest shareholder of our conglomerate, ensures that JG Summit will always have a committed shareholder to support its continued growth. However, it also means that the company has to perform well so that it can continue to support the GBF's mission. Last year, as part of our enterprise transformation journey, we revisited our purpose, values, and ambition. Our purpose, which is our unrelenting commitment to provide our customers with better choices, creating shared success with our stakeholders, is our reason for being. It is the be-all and end-all of our existence. Central to our purpose are our customers, who are at the front and center of everything we do. Our strong customer focus allows us to understand our customer needs, enable us to proactively provide them with better choices that will make their lives better. And as we achieve this, we can only truly succeed if we are able to share our success with our various stakeholders, including our employees, our suppliers, our communities, and our shareholders. With our purpose in mind, we set our ambition, which is to solidify JG Summit's position among the largest conglomerates in the Philippines by 2024. We will deliver this through a strong entrepreneurial mindset, acting with agility, courage, and grit. We will promote stewardship by always having a long-term strategic view of the business, and we will act with integrity by being respectful and humble in our actions at all times. These values will be the hallmarks of our behaviors as we foster a shared culture in our organization. Our purpose, values, and ambition form our North Star that guides and inspires us both in normal and extraordinary times such as we are experiencing now. Of significant importance to me is being able to build a solid reputation for the company as a socially responsible corporate citizen. As our company grows bigger and more successful, our responsibility to have a positive impact on society becomes even more pronounced. I want our employees to be proud that they belong to a company with a social purpose, one that acts in a manner that benefits society. Being socially responsible includes taking good care of the natural resources that are essential to the operation of our business, being a good neighbor to the communities where we operate, and in conducting our business with integrity. By making a positive contribution to society, we earn our social license to operate, which is a license based on trust. The Gokongwei Brothers Foundation, through its various initiatives to promote education, and recently through its disaster relief and COVID-related assistance, is one of the platforms by which we are able to give back to society. Mr. John and his brothers believe that quality education is necessary to compete in this world. And the GBF has dedicated itself to contributing to the country's progress by helping educate the future workforce, particularly in the fields of science and engineering. For the past 28 years, GBF has awarded scholarships to deserving youth, supported professional development of teachers, built quality learning facilities, and provided support for reputable academic institutions advocating for STEM education, and created synergies geared towards uplifting the lives of Filipinos. I have just shared with you my three-pronged philosophy on how to ensure the long-term sustainability of JG Summit as a next-gen leader. I will forever be grateful to my father for leaving behind this great business for me to lead. But how do I bring this business to its next level of growth? We have to be dynamic as the world is changing faster than we can imagine. Every day we have to strive to be better, to be more customer-centric in order not to just keep in step with change, but to drive change as well. As we continue to transform, we also are in pursuit of other growth areas. Our digital transformation journey, with our huge ecosystem as a playground, is a platform to fuel our growth. We will leverage on our ecosystem synergies to benefit our business units and make them more customer-centric. In 2018, we established Data Analytics Ventures, Inc., or DAVI, as the repository of our extensive consumer data within our ecosystem. DAVI will harness and unlock new customer insights, leading to new product offers and business models that are designed to provide growth for our business units. Another growth area for us is in the logistics and warehousing industry. We recently started the operations of our joint venture company called DHL Summit Solutions, or DSSI. We have ventured into this business not just to serve our customer needs, but also to once again unlock and harness the benefits of our ecosystem. The joint venture will utilize DHL's state-of-the-art technology and solutions to initially provide domestic transport operations and services that include serving the requirements of URC starting last July and Robinson's Retail eventually. This JV is another manifestation of our company's dynamism and growth mindset as we continue to look for ways to fully harness synergies within our huge ecosystem. In the midst of fierce competition and rapid technological advances, it is essential to have an empowered and competent employee force, especially for a customer-centric and innovation-driven organization like ours. I believe that by empowering our employees with the authority, resources, opportunity, and motivation necessary to accomplish their work, we will be able to fully harness their strengths and enable them to maximize their contributions to the attainment of our company's goals. A few years back, we embarked on our enterprise transformation journey to evolve our governance structure and strengthen organizational alignment, collaboration, and execution among the JG Summit and its strategic business units. We have successfully appointed CEOs for each of our SBUs who are empowered to lead and be accountable for their respective businesses. This move entailed pushing down decision-making at their levels for speed and efficiency. We have also institutionalized strategic planning processes to enable our SBUs and corporate center units to be accountable for their 5-year roadmaps in support of our ambition. Our objectives and goals are tied up to our performance management and reward system with a clear set of KPIs to ensure we are aligned, responsible, and accountable for the work that is assigned to us. In terms of resources, our investments in technology have greatly benefited our organization, especially during the pandemic. For instance, we have been able to provide our employees with an effective platform to communicate and collaborate with each other. We are also able to vigorously conduct various e-learning programs to further hone our functional leadership and personal skills and competencies. We realize that to make customer centricity a way of life, we have to create a work environment where our employees can thrive and find fulfillment. As they say, customer centricity starts at home. Thus, it is important for us to have happy and motivated employees so they can in turn create an unbroken value chain of satisfied internal customers. That ultimately leads to our external customers. With this in mind, we formed a dedicated employee experience cross-functional team last year, whose ultimate goal is to ensure that employees have a positive employee experience throughout the employee life cycle. Using the Agile method, the employee experience team has made breakthroughs in transforming the lives of our employees through improvements in various employee touchpoints. Similarly, our Digital Transformation Office, or DTO, which was formed 2 years ago, is helping empower our business units to take bold steps and seize opportunities to further strengthen customer centricity through digital transformation. The DTO helps our business units create better customer journeys and innovative products by coaching them to become more digitally fluent, agile, and data-driven. From these empowering partnerships, several key projects were either accelerated or born during the pandemic, such as Robinsons Bank's mobile app, Robinson Supermarket and South Star Drugs e-commerce platform, and Robinson Land Corporation's homeowners portal. Stewarding JG Summit as a next-gen leader during these extraordinary times is a most challenging task, but an experience that is definitely well worth it. We have learned so much as we soldiered on uncharted territory during the past 8 months. But even as we continue to navigate the intricacies of today's treacherous terrain, our sights are trained on a much further horizon. We need to be well prepared and emerge even stronger to succeed in the post-pandemic world. Let me end on a lighter note, and please excuse me for this shameless plug. As we continue to ride out this storm as next-gen leaders, like Captain Ree, dapat smart tayo. Our business has to be sustainable for it to be able to outlast this pandemic and beyond. We need to be motivated beyond making profits and instead foster inclusive growth that benefit our stakeholders, our employees, business communities, business partners, and society as a whole. We need to be agile so that we can respond with the speed that is so necessary in today's volatile environment. We need to be resilient and recover quickly from obstacles and setbacks. And finally, we need to be transformative by creating innovative products and services that will transform the lives of our customers that make it better. Thank you very much for obliging me to share with you my story as the next gen steward of JG Summit and the Gokongwei Group. Salamat.
Thank you, Mr. Gokongwei. May I call on our Q&A moderator for Plenary Session 1, Mr. Rene Almendras, President and CEO of Manila Water Incorporated. As mentioned earlier, please submit your questions through the Q&A chat button. We are now ready for the first question. Take it away, Mr. Almendras.
Hi, good morning, everyone. And thank you very much, Lance, for such a substantial presentation. Normally, I don't like to be in front of the MAP event. I want to be at the back. The only reason why I accepted this invitation and Donald talked to me was I thought I was going to meet Seri in this session. So Donald, nasa na si Seri, panay captainry lang kayo. At any rate, I'm trying to establish the tone that was set for this conference, which is, this is not supposed to be a formal event. We wanted this to be casual. We wanted this to be more relaxed. And we wanted people to be able to engage as much as they can. So please put in your questions to the Q&A. I'll pick them up as fast as we can. Lance, thank you for your presentation. I thought I'd start off with the first question just to get ball rolling. Clearly, the first generation had a playbook, and it was a very, very good playbook because the first generation was able to establish such a successful enterprise. Now, some chapters of those playbook may very well work in the new situation, but maybe some of them need to be adjusted, need to be edited. So now you're the guy with the playbook. Now you're the guy who's going to be editing. What are maybe the top 1 or 2 chapters of the playbook? Please don't, you don't need to detail what your plans are. We don't want competition to know what you really want to do. It's just that which portion of the playbook do you think would need your attention as we face this new reality? Clearly, the playing field today is very different.
Thank you, Rene. I think that's a very good question, no? And we reflect how business has transformed so much in the last decades, especially in the last couple of years, driven by technology and now the pandemic. I would say there's 2 major themes that I'm really pushing as CEO. One is the whole theme of transformation, no? And the transformation really is driven by a lot of factors, particularly the digital transformation. No? I think it's important that the Gokongwei Group embrace digitalization and technology in order to connect us much better to the customers. No, and then I think this whole theme of the pandemic also will really has. They say that habits are created in new habits are created in 21 days, and we've been here already 8-9 months. So we should expect that really customer expectations have completely transformed in the 8-9 months, and anyone who expects to go back to the old way of doing this after the pandemic is in for a surprise. Now so we have to anticipate also the major changes in customer needs and customer behaviors. So I think this whole theme of transformation is very critical to the organization. And my job is really to pivot the organization to really be much more customer-centric and to be much more digital. But in order to do all of this, I think it starts also with an organizational transformation. I think the age of things are moving so fast now. The age of top-down leadership really doesn't work anymore. I share what Secretary Nograles spoke about earlier. Now I think it's a lot more about having shared purpose, really about creating this psychological safety within your organization, really making real efforts to delegate decision rights and to the level of management much closer to the customer. No? We have to align organizationally so that we become a much more agile organization where everyone is aligned and we're able to move much more quickly as an organization without needing to ask for permission all the way through. No? So that's the only way I think we can compete. We just have to be much more customer-centric, much more digital, much more agile, just much more act with much more courage, clarity, and speed. No? The second theme that I try to express to our organization is really the whole concept of sustainability and risk. Within the company, we speak about really ensuring that we have a social license to operate. We're not a small company anymore. I mean, we're a much larger company than we were even 10 or 20 years ago. So we must always ensure that we are a company with a positive reputation, that we have that our employees must be proud to work for us, that we're seen as business partners to various communities. But I think there's also a new preponderance of risk that we are not aware of before, that we were not so conscious of. The usual, before we had risk from competition and the like, but now I think from a we have to look at our balance sheet, we have to look at our cash flows, we have to look at the competition. But now we have to think. I think leaders, managers, CEOs have to think much broadly now about the risks in terms of regulatory risks, in terms of technological risks, and now we're talking about pandemic risks and totally unexpected risks. So I think we just have to. I guess we just need a much more broad-based kind of manager, and I think that really the benefit of a conglomerate, I guess, is we meet as a leadership team every so often, and we're able to exchange ideas and share information. I think that's really a valuable benefit of being working in a larger ecosystem with really diverse views, no? Because there's a diverse set of experiences that we can all share.
Thank you for that. Just as a reminder, we're not seeing any questions yet, so it's either our audience is too old, they don't know how to use the Q&A portion, or you did. No, I believe, Lance, you've done a really great presentation. Lance, please forgive me. I will try to make this a bit more interesting. The pressures on you are IRRs, are net profits, shareholder values, enterprise values, and all that. I mean, like any CEO, there are numeric financial targets, KRAs, KPIs to be done. But may I ask you something more personal? Being a next-gen leader, there are pressures that go beyond the traditional financial pressures, right? Would you mind telling us what some of these pressures are? I'm like any other next-gen leader, you are going to be faced with many things more than just financial targets or shareholder equity values and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think that goes back to a couple of years ago when I became the CEO. I worked with my family first. My generation. We were about 12 or 15 working in the company, and we all got together and said, let's think through how do we want to work together in the coming years. Let's agree on a common purpose and a common set of values. And we thought, based on the success of our parents before and where we think the world's headed, what do we want to represent? And we came up with three values that we wanted to push. First was really about stewardship. The second is about entrepreneurship, and the third was about integrity. And then we agreed on that, and we worked with our leadership team to really enunciate what these values really represent. And I think these are still the themes that I think apply to us. If I speak about entrepreneurship, I think our biggest problem is we're a big company now. It sometimes we play safe too much, no? So I think it's really how do we keep this resiliency? How do we keep this entrepreneurship? How do we remain aggressive in this kind of environment and try new things, no? The second thing is about stewardship for us. Na parang the founders, we had this founders huge success before. So now it's really how do we want to respect the founder and what he represents, but at the same time we know that old formula will not always work in the future now. So we have to be brave enough to say these are the values of his that worked before, entrepreneurship and thinking very long term. But we have to say how do we apply it to the current generation, and that involves really being I guess delegating decision rights, etc., and all that. I think the problem with our generation now is parang maybe we grew up a little bit more. We have to find. We grew up more with a silver spoon, no? So we have to really train our generation and next generation that we have to continue to serve the business, no? That we have to keep this philosophy na we're here to serve the business, we're here to serve the customer. That we're not basically we're not the basically goes back to the philosophy that we're here to serve the business and not the business to serve us. So how training future leaders who share this purpose and values, I think is also something that I think about a lot. And then finally, it's really we're a much more professional business than we were even 10, 20 years ago. So creating this management team, which again has all these diverse views, diverse ways of working, and really aligning them together is important. I think an important step for us, non-financial step, but I think will redound to the company's benefit in the long term.
Okay, thank you for that. Let me get a question from the audience now from Marilyn Basa. What is your hope for the third generation leaders of JG Summit?
I think the third generation. I would be happy. I would say I would. My own kids are 17 and 15. The way we look at our family, kasi my father is considered, because he was so much older than the rest of his siblings, he's considered first generation. Then him and his brothers are second generation. We are the branch, me and my cousins, my sisters who are working in the business, we're the third generation. So what we are now looking at is the fourth generation of business. No, I think for the current third generation, we want to make sure that we put the company in sound footing, that we're ready that we have successfully aligned our business to be transformed, to be more sustainable, to be more agile in the way we work, more customer centric, while still preserving the values that brought us to this, that our second generation did. The hard work, really, the entrepreneurship, the grit, preserving that. And our job is to train the fourth generation so that when I would say I would be successful if the fourth generation is prepared either as ownership or shareholders or management to share the same values that have brought us to this level of success. But at the same time, they're also receptive to the feedback, because I'm sure the world 20 to 30 years from now is different from what it is today. That they are open-minded enough, that they're receptive to feedback, that they're willing to make mistakes, so that they themselves are ready to face the different problems that they will surely face 20 years from now. No? And that they are prepared, again, to have that very long-term view, that they are stewards of this business.
Okay, thank you. I have another question from the audience, from Susan Rivera. How do you keep yourself whole and calm, cool, collected, despite all the pressures and challenges? Kasi Captain Ray din yan si Lance. But no, how do you answer that, Lance?
I think I do believe in this work-life balance. Sometimes, there's time for work, and I do work very hard. But when I'm off work, I'm off work, and I do stuff that gives me personal happiness and fulfillment, and that could be just hanging out with the family and friends. I think having friendships outside work are very, very important as well. And I think time for yourself, which is maybe the exercise, reading, or Netflix watching Crash Landing on You, or whatever makes you happy, right?
Okay, I have another question from Paulo Azurin. When you first assumed your leadership position within the family business, what pressure did you experience to prove that you deserve your position, and how did you deal with it?
I don't know, my parents did such a thorough job of brainwashing me that I never felt like, oh, I'm being forced to join the business. For me, I was like, okay, when do you need me? I'm ready to join the business anytime. And when I came back from school in the States, that was 33 years ago, my dad was already 60 years old, no? So clearly he had, at that time, he didn't know how long he was going to keep on working, but I felt that I had to come back and learn at his knee, no? So I came back right away. I of course felt I don't say it was pressure to work for the company. It was more a pressure not to disappoint him, not to not to disappoint the expectations not only of him but the whole JG Summit community, especially the employees and the like. No, that I should be deserving to be in this role eventually. No? So frankly, the maybe I never felt it was forced upon me or that it was pressure filled. No? I think the family has always been very supportive, and I think one good part of our family group is that the communication is fairly strong. Now, people really say what they think, and issues don't fester very long because they're discussed very openly.
Okay, I have time for one more question, and I've chosen this one because this is a very difficult one. How do you deal with a bad hair day?
Bad hair day. I just turn off the videos on Microsoft Teams and Zoom and just voice over na lang.
Thank you very much, Lance. I'm sorry I can't handle any more questions. We wanted these sessions to be just on time. You know, I've always admired your dad. Mr. John was an icon. Being Cebuano, I hold him even with a sense of reverence. And I know him to be a very good father and a good family man. And I know that he shares the dream of every father, which is that his children or his descendants will be better than him. I can't help but think that Mr. John is smiling right now and saying, hey, this boy is going to be better than me, or he's actually proven himself to be better than me. There are people who say that the first generation worked really hard to build a business, to start a business, to accumulate resources, and the subsequent generations squander it and waste it and don't bring it to proper use. I think our resource person this morning has proven that that is not always true. Clearly, Lance has a great plan, and we all look forward to an even bigger and better JG Summit in his stewardship as the next generation manager. Thank you very much, Lance, and thank you to everyone for joining us in this session.
Very kind of you, and I thank you so much to the organizers of the MAP NextGen conference. Thank you.
To discuss further the unconference session this afternoon, please welcome back the MAP Conference Chair, Dr. Donald Lim.
Thank you. Thank you, Lance and Secretary Nograles. I hope that all of you are enjoying your sessions. So right now, before we go to the next two plenary sessions, I would like to actually advise all of you, because in the afternoon, we will be having our unconference session. So with this unconference session, what does it mean? And later on, I will explain this in totality. But I would like to ask all of you to please submit the topics that you would like for the unconference to discuss. Example of the topic, right, would be for example here, can be, how do you want to make our internet faster and bring it to world standards? How do you want to manage succession? So do we train the child? So this was discussed by Lance earlier. Training the son or the daughter to run the business or professionalize. How do we manage millennials in the workplace? Is mental health management necessary? Is the Philippine economy going up or down, let's say in 2021? How can we spur domestic tourism? How can we solve the traffic situation in Manila? How do we retain talent when millennials prefer to move around? Is shared prosperity possible? Or how important is innovation in this trying time? Because most of the time, you won't have any more budgets left to really innovate or create something new. So these are some of the topics in the unconference. Later on, what will happen from a process perspective is that all of you will be submitting. So put that in your chat box. The topics you would want us to discuss. Every one of you later on will be voting these topics. Only the top 8 will deserve to be part of the topic of our unconference. So again, everyone who is here, in the StreamYard, please put in the chat box. Please submit the topic of your choice, personal topic of your choice. Later on, I will ask again all of you. I will show everyone the topics that are submitted, and all of you will be voting. And the top 8 topics will move to the unconference. Okay, so I will again discuss this later on in detail, but I would encourage you, these are example topics that you may want, but you may have think of something, and please feel free to just put it in the chat box. Okay, so again, submit a topic, submit 2, submit 3, I don't mind, submit as many as you want, and then later on we will just streamline it, and then we will ask later on for all of you to vote for the topic of your choice. Okay, so just a quick reminder for the people who are watching on Facebook but who have access to this conference via StreamYard, please just check your emails. I know some of you are clicking on the text link. Don't click on the text link. Go to your email. Those of you who have registered would have received something via email. So once you've received something via email, click on that link. You should be able to access it already. For those who still have questions, please just message the MAP Secretariat, and we will try to manage your access. Okay. So with that, thank you. Please again continue to provide your topics. So later on we will streamline them and choose, and then later on you will vote for the top 8 topics. So again, thank you, and let's move on to our next 2 plenary sessions.
A round of applause, please, for Mr. Gakung Wei and Mr. Almendras. Our next speaker is based in Singapore, and she is the co-founder and COO of Grab. To share with us her thoughts and insights on next-gen leadership, lessons from a pandemic, please welcome Ms. Tan Yu Ling.
Mabuhay everyone. Good morning, Attorney Francis Lim, Donald Lim, Cabinet Secretary Carlo Nograles, and to all guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, MAP, for the opportunity to speak at the NextGen web conference, and I am honored to be able to represent Grab here at this session. So today, my speech will focus on the lessons we've learned from the pandemic and share how technology will be crucial to Southeast Asia's economic recovery via digitalization and inclusive growth. I will explain this in 2 broad areas. First, by sharing what we've learned from seeing firsthand how COVID-19 has impacted Southeast Asia. And secondly, by also suggesting some areas I believe we must prioritize in order to support economic recovery in this new normal. So let me first introduce a bit about Grab and how we've evolved over the past 8 years. In 2012, we started as an app to address safety issues while taking taxis in Malaysia, the Philippines, and regionally. We have thankfully since solved this problem and have grown into a super app, solving many more problems faced by our customers in Southeast Asia every day. Today, apart from transport, we provide food, grocery, and parcel deliveries, as well as payments and financial services like lending, insurance, and wealth management. We deliver all of this in one single mobile app, the Grab Super App. And we have over 200 million downloads today and are in 8 countries and 394 cities. Now, I really wish I could say that all of this was part of some predicted or planned, grand scheme, but it really wasn't. Our business really just evolved to the needs of our customers, and we look forward to continuing this journey with them. Our journey has only just begun, and we're thankful as well that we have many good friends from the Philippines that have joined us for it, including Jollibee, SM Group, Ayala, and of course, JG Summit Holdings with Mr. Gokang Wei and team. So thank you so much for your continued partnership as well. So, technology has clearly brought many benefits and economies and societies. But the pandemic has highlighted the challenges we need to overcome as a region. And with this context, I wanted to share the lessons we've learned from this pandemic and discuss how technology can help restore economic recovery even more. Since the start of the crisis, Southeast Asia has seen more than 1 million cases, including many deaths. While we are hopeful for a vaccine, new waves of infection continue to emerge across the region. And the first takeaway from our experience so far is that the uneven distribution of digital access and opportunities has created an unequal crisis in Southeast Asia. While technology has accelerated the region's developments, the digital divide has exacerbated conditions for those without access to the digital economy, tools, and opportunities. Vulnerable groups like informal workers and micro SMEs have been the hardest hit. These segments have borne the brunt of the economic fallout, with their livelihoods and everyday activities impacted by lockdowns and social distancing measures. The other takeaway from the crisis is that agility is the key to adapting in unprecedented times and will help in overcoming challenges as they surface. With COVID-19 disrupting industries and everyday life, long-held beliefs and mindsets have been turned on their heads, especially those related to bread-and-butter industries. Being agile will be vital to surviving today and thriving tomorrow. And we need to be prepared for the next crisis because COVID-19 is unlikely to be the last black swan event in our lifetime. So with these takeaways in mind, how did we react at Grab? With so many businesses and people in Southeast Asia hit hard, we had to quickly adjust our business model to support as many partners as possible. For example, we helped retrain our driver partners when cities first started to lock down. Many of them could not earn an income as people stopped using transport services. Some of them were sole breadwinners and feared losing their livelihoods more than the virus itself. Thankfully, we were able to retrain 150,000 of these drivers to do deliveries such as food, groceries, and logistics on our platform, services that were deemed essential. This helped them maintain some much needed income. We also help SMEs and traditionally offline businesses come online. Small traditional offline businesses form a big part of everyday life in Southeast Asia. These include wet markets, hawker stalls, and farmers, and we wanted to help as many of these micro-entrepreneurs as we could from going out of business. So we created new training and onboarding processes and reached out to as many of these SMEs and traditionally offline businesses as possible when the pandemic hit. We've thankfully since been able to bring on board over 100,000 merchants onto our food and mart platforms to ensure that they could still earn a livelihood through COVID. Now, while all of these initiatives were a step in the right direction, there is so much more that needs to be done. With more than 70 million SMEs in Southeast Asia accounting for 99% of all businesses in the region, our goal is to keep helping small businesses get back on their feet and give them the tools and capabilities to thrive in the long run. At Grab, we also believe that inclusive growth is key to catalyzing economic recovery. To do so, technology must lay the groundwork for a post-pandemic future. I see two critical areas that can help us do this. First, by acknowledging that bringing SMEs and traditionally offline businesses online is not enough. Today, they must learn to compete in a digitally native world where many of the businesses are already successful online. So the question for us is, how can we help these traditionally offline businesses compete in this new normal? At Grab, we've invested into helping them get this right. And one of my favorite examples is actually of Mr. Koi in Malaysia, who sells noodles at a hawker stall. Mr. Koi brought his business online by joining Grab. Not only did this help him keep his business afloat during the pandemic, but he actually managed to double his income by using new digital tools we provided. Tools such as sales management, analytics, and campaign management help him find more customers. And he learned to use all of these tools also by signing up for our training workshops, and to help enable him to continue to grow and to be competitive in this market. Our goal here is to help people like Mr. Quay reskill themselves and reshape their businesses so that they can compete in a digitally native world. The second critical area is the importance of public-private partnerships in the COVID world. A point that is often overlooked is that digital is new territory for many in the region, people, businesses, and governments alike. Technology platforms like Grab cannot do it all alone, and we need partners to help get access to the people and communities that need it most. We've thus partnered with governments across the region on various initiatives using our platform to support enterprises and people affected by the crisis. For example, in the Philippines, we worked with the Department of Agriculture and Department of Tourism to help local farmers sell their produce through an online farmers market and also through our Grab app with last mile delivery across Metro Manila and adjacent provinces. Our GrabPay team also partnered with agri e-commerce platform Mayani and the Department of Trade and Industry Region 2 to increase market access for local farmers. These partnerships help boost rural incomes of farmers and farming communities. And it's also been very helpful, not just for COVID, but to help them recover from the recent typhoons. Other partnerships, for example, in Singapore, have also helped ensure that we continue to serve the underserved segments so that they are not left behind. In Singapore, we've worked with the government partners to launch Hawker Center 2.0 pilots to bring hawkers online on GrabFood. And we've also conducted weekly digital literacy clinics for seniors above 60 years old, teaching them how to use smartphones, apps, cashless payments, and the likes. Overall, public-private partnerships offer the opportunity to approach problems together, understand issues as a collective, and design solutions that are best fit to the needs of people that need it most. To conclude, we are building a new path forward today, one for a post-pandemic and digitally native world where behaviors and habits have already changed. We thus need to evolve with the times and evaluate new areas where leaders and organizations need to focus on. And I believe collaboration and openness will be crucial to building and maintaining this recovery momentum. As the saying goes, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And this year has demonstrated the need to harness collective wisdom from across organizations and layers of society. No one has a monopoly on ideas anymore in these times. We really cannot rely on the previous mindset of business as usual. And so we need to embrace the calls for greater diversity. Diversity in backgrounds, views, ideas, as long as people from these different backgrounds share the same overarching missions. Their diverse history can often provide unique perspectives and, more often than not, solutions as well. We should encourage this by cultivating a general openness to exchanging information so that together we can design more effective and innovative solutions. Additionally, we cannot afford to think incrementally in our solutions. The challenges and disruptions we face this year have been large and substantial, and our solutions must be equally bold and innovative. So I'd like to wrap up by saying that this has been a time of change, and it is therefore a time to change for all of us as well. Two things to leave you here with. One, let's not let small traditional businesses slip back to old mindsets and complacency in the post-COVID world. We have to continue that they can. We have to ensure that they can continue on this path of digital transformation. And to achieve this, we really need to cater to their specific needs and pain points and localize initiatives like capacity building programs and outreach. 2, we must continue to find ways to bridge the digital divide and bring more into the digital economy. Inclusive growth is key. The experience that we've accumulated this year in helping so many go online provides a strong base that we can build on. But we must not do this in silos, and certainly not try and do this on our own. The whole is always larger than the sum of its parts. Therefore, we must remain open to collaboration and continue to find meaningful ways to work together so that we can all build a more inclusive future through technology, and a future where any and everyone has the opportunity to excel. Salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Ling. May I call on our Q&A moderator for Plenary Session 2, co-founder of the Mercato Central Philippines. Please welcome Mr. RJ Ledesma. Please submit your questions through the Q&A chat button. We are now ready for the first question. Take it away, Mr. Ledesma.
Again, Ms. Ling, thank you so much for the privilege of having you here at our Crash Landing on Management conference. Very happy to have here a lot of great insight that we have coming from you. And the nice thing about this one, as we attend today's conference, is that you've got two sets of people listening to you right now, Ling. You've got, of course, what I call the phillennials, the feeling millennials, and you've also got, which are the boomers, basically, and the millennials, and maybe even a spattering of those who belong to Gen Z. So as we discuss really lessons from pandemic, I think it's also instructive for many of them. We're also learning how startups are being formed as businesses. Maybe if you can take a step back before we start talking about the pandemic to also better understand how Grab actually grew to its size here right now from Malaysia to the rest of the region. We often talk about it in the startup world as, you know, what problem were you trying to solve? And how did you evolve from initially being just a safety app to becoming a super app across the region? Take us back again a bit more as to how Grab started and became sort of the powerhouse it is today.
RJ, you are way too kind of your words. I wish I would say that we are a powerhouse, but I would like to say that we're more an app and a company that's here to serve and solve Southeast Asia's needs. So starting from the beginning, I mentioned we started with trying to solve safety issues for taxis in Malaysia. That was a problem that we thought was really too big of a problem to solve by us alone, and we were struggling to think if we could even do it back then. Thankfully, through great other grabbers, lots of support from our customers, we were able to solve it relatively quickly, and we realized that the problem that we were trying to solve was not just a problem in Malaysia. Countries like the Philippines, Thailand, across Southeast Asia struggled with the same challenges as well. So we therefore expanded our services there. Then very quickly, once we started to solve those problems regionally as well, we realized that actually the bigger problem beyond safety was just capacity of safe, reliable transportation. So moving from taxis to cars to bikes and beyond. So then we started to become a transport company, or not so much a transport company, but an app that provides a marketplace for transportation providers, drivers, taxi companies, everyone alike, right? From then, we started realizing, hey, actually, this problem of transporting A to B, if you reverse it in terms of transporting a person from A to B and then transporting services from B to A, isn't that more efficient sometimes? So why don't we become a delivery platform as well for our customers, since they're asking for it? Because they were saying, hey, could you help us deliver our food, especially when we're working or at home, because we don't want to deal with the traffic jams, right? We all know, well, we used to know traffic jams pre-COVID, especially in Manila, especially during the Burr months. So, those was the kind of requests that then led us to food deliveries, express, parcel, mart, and whatnot as well. At the same time, we also had customers in parallel telling us that we would love to use your service without having to carry cash around, because some of our drivers were getting robbed when they had little wads of cash and people were robbing them, and customers alike as well. They didn't like to have to carry small change. So we're like, hey, why don't we start moving into payments to enable these services to be more seamless for our customers? So I hope you see the underlying theme here. Basically, wherever our customers tell us there is a big need that hasn't yet been solved, we go there. Now, of course, they've asked us for many other ideas as well before, like education, like healthcare, like media, but we don't go there when we don't believe we have the ability to build from that core centric capabilities that we already have, whether it's from the operational front, the technology front, or the people front. So we go only into adjacencies that our customers care about. And again, when I talk about everything that I just mentioned, it's a bit scary to think that it's only been 8 years. But again, I wanted to say thank you to everyone on this conference and beyond for the support, because if it weren't for the customers who are telling us what they needed most and being patient with us while we first started each of these businesses, and of course continue to make many mistakes along the way as we try to innovate, we wouldn't be where we are today.
I truly like your answer there, Ling, because what you're just redefining for us is that it's really a deep dive into the customer experience, understanding what their pain points are at every level. It's like you're peeling the layers of their pain points to understand them much better. Having said that, this brings me to my next question. 8 years, and you've grown it regionally. Now, for many of us, the growth alone is surprising. How fast you've been able to grow it and scale it. And scaling is not usually a concept that traditional companies are familiar with. Maybe you could take us a bit back also. How were you able to scale the company? How were you able to build management to that size in 8 years across the region? What made it different from, let's say, a traditional company in growing its size or growing its scale?
It's a really good question, and I wish I could give you a simple playbook that we followed for it. RJ, I think basically what we tried to do firstly was never grow the company for the sake of growing the company. We only grew the team if it needed to support a set of customer services, products, operations that we had to support. And therefore, everybody that joined the team had a very clear mission that was aligned, and they knew what the work that they were doing and how the work that they were doing was tied to the greater good and the impact that they were having with our customers, which generally helps develop a better, easier culture within, because everyone is aligned with that grander mission. Beyond that, I think throughout every single stage of evolution, when we went from a team of 5 to 50 to 500, to 1,000, 2,000, and we're now about 7,000 employees, it required us making a lot of mistakes along the way, RJ. I really wish it was, again, some simple playbook we could share and go back and repeat hindsight 2020. Hindsight 2020, there are a lot of things that we did or did not do that I probably would do differently now, learning from those mistakes. But it was basically just, again, going back to either the customer problems or our grabber problems, trying to understand what the challenges they were facing, either with these processes, with this organizational structure, with this strategy. Every time we focus on what problems exist today, what is going well, what could go better, and we solve from a first principles basis, that's how we end up, naturally, organically growing. At the same time, we care a lot about learning from others who have done it well as well. So we also spend time learning from other industry experts. We spend time with Lance and team. We spend time with our partners as well, learning from them and working together with them to also get greater access to opportunities that we wouldn't have been able to do on our own. So this concept of continuous iteration, solving for root cause problems, being first principled about everything, and working with partners and learning from others, I think these are some of the critical pillars that have just enabled us to continue adapting and growing.
Having said that, you've grown to a company, you said, of about 7,000, and you talk about solving first principles and getting to the root of the problem. When this crisis hit, you did say that you had to be agile and quickly change things around, not just in Malaysia and Singapore, but across all the countries where you operate. I just have a question. How were you able to stay agile despite the fact that you were across different geographies and solving maybe different problems across those different countries with a workforce of 7,000? What principles did you have to follow just to make sure that you could quickly adapt to the pandemic?
I think Lance talked about it a lot earlier, which is how do you empower the teams that are closest to the customers to do that? And thankfully, throughout the history of Grab, we've always very, very strongly believed in the best local teams, the best local leaders as well. And I don't know if she's here today, but I believe you're familiar with her, Grace, our country manager for the Philippines as well, and the entire team there. every country that we operate in Southeast Asia has equivalent great leaders and teams that are empowered to deal with the situation on the ground. Because if you can imagine what happened pre-COVID, post-COVID, pre-COVID, lots of people were flying around everywhere, right? Flights from regional to country, country to regional, lots of learning and sharing. Then suddenly COVID hit, no more flights, no more trips to the office. How do you build collaboration and empowerment for fast critical decision making that needed to happen? Couple of things. One, of course, thankfully, we were already a pretty distributed company. So we empower our country teams a lot, our leaders who are closest to the customers a lot, so that they can make decisions based on whatever budgets and strategies that they've laid out. Secondly, we use technology, right? I think we're all now very used to different versions of Teams, Zoom, and whatnot, but it wasn't easy. It took time to adapt to figure out what these new working models could and should be. And again, we're very thankful that it's turned out well so far, but it was difficult, especially early in the year.
Now, Ms. Ling, if you look at the situation, right, Grab is basically a disruptor, and that's what you do. You are a disruptor of the transportation business, a disruptor of the delivery business. Now we are being disrupted by this Black Swan event, this health crisis, which causes us to have to pivot our business again. Can you tell me the difference right now as what has changed in the plans of Grab pre-pandemic and post-pandemic? Because transportation, one of the bread and butters of the industry, has been disrupted. The driver system has been disrupted. I mean, the number of people using transport has been disrupted. So have your plans changed significantly as a result of Grab? And what do you see as becoming the new opportunities as a result of this pandemic?
Yeah, for sure. A lot has changed. And in fact, 2020 has been the year of adaptability and agility for us, right? You mentioned when COVID first hit, our transportation business took a nosedive. Understandably so. Everybody was going into lockdown. It was the thing that was required to keep COVID under control. And of course, therefore, our business was affected very significantly, like most other businesses globally as well. Now, what happened though was that we were thankfully able to adapt again to customer needs. So what happened was transportation needs, dropped. But what very quickly became an essential service, a must-have, was food deliveries and broader deliveries for groceries, parcels, and whatnot. And we were thankfully able to adapt not just the organization, but also our driver partners and our merchant partners to adapt to this very, very sudden and changing wave of needs. So thankfully, we've done that effectively. So the close of this third quarter, we've actually been able to return to our revenue state pre-COVID. We're kind of like 95% of revenues pre-COVID now. And trust me, the gap was quite severe in between. So, and that is because of that deliveries pivot that we made. But I think one of the things that I would love to emphasize more in this is the fact that the pivot that was most important for us to make was actually to help our driver partners and our merchant partners that were most affected during this time. So I mentioned earlier in my speech that we helped 150,000 of them actually move from transportation to delivery. So these driver partners who could only transport people before and only knew how to and only were comfortable to before, we enabled and retrained them, worked with different government partners to enable them to move from transport to deliveries as well. And that enabled them to keep an income. And that also enabled the customers out there who were really needing food delivered or, again, groceries delivered a lot more than they had before to get access to it because capacity soon became a constraint.
Is that
Beyond
the same
existing
case? Sorry, is that the same case here also in the Philippines that you said 150,000 people, drivers, right? Is it also Philippines is part of that or there's another number?
Philippines is a part of that.
I see.
And beyond that, of course, this also involved signing on new delivery partners, right? So we had 100,000 plus more of those as well, and new merchants, right? Bringing them on board, particularly the ones that were traditionally offline. So this is really an interesting big pivot for us because if you look at what this means for us, within less than a span of a year, we've moved from a primarily transportation company to one that's actually now where deliveries is more than 50% of our business now. And that happened because COVID required it.
Do you see this also moving forward, that Grab will really lean into becoming a delivery company, or do you see you going back to the, as I guess you've done your scenarios after this whole crisis, as the vaccine comes out, as things change, do you see it going back again to the transport model as well?
So this is something I tried to emphasize in the conversation or the speech earlier. I think customer needs, demands, preferences have definitely changed. So I think any of us who are expecting for life to go back to where it was before should really rethink that. Of course, historical trends will come back a bit, but it will definitely not be a 0-1 to 0 movement, right? So transportation will come back once cities are coming out of lockdown and countries are coming out of lockdown. But because everyone now has gotten a taste of the convenience of delivery to home, right? That new behavior now has and will definitely continue to grow. And we've also seen this in some of the other countries like Singapore that, have both transport and deliveries reviving as well together. I guess maybe the most important thing of pre and post COVID is the fact that Grab used to be, seen as a nice to have service that people would use when they would like to. But because of COVID and the convenience, the accessibility, and just the fact that this technology platform allows us to do things that we would not be able to without it, a lot of our services have now become essential and must-have services. And we take that responsibility very, very seriously, right? Yes, it is an opportunity that came with a lot of challenges and will come with a lot of challenges as well. But what we'd love to do is, again, make sure that we can continue to adapt to the changing needs of our customers and continue to work on public-private partnerships to ensure that we are getting these services to the people who need it most too.
Thanks so much, Ling. And with that, I have some questions coming in from our participants virtually. One from Beng Pangan, very interesting question over here. Just how big is the market of Grab? How important is the Philippines as a market for Grab? And given all the pivots that you're seeing, I'm sure that you had plans for expansion in the Philippines. How have your plans also evolved or iterated here in the Philippines as a result of the pandemic?
Again, it's a good question because pre-post COVID, during COVID, all of these are difficult, right? During the snapshot of COVID, different countries went through very severe situations, and second, third waves have come back, right? So I think what I would love to frame the conversation on is not so much about what's happening now, but how we think about it in the future. The good news about the future is that we are still as bullish about the Philippines, right, as we were before, mostly because there are very important needs here that need to be served. And there are a lot of Filipinos that continue to want to get better transport, deliveries, payments, financial services, right? So I think in terms of pre-post COVID, in terms of how we're looking at our country strategy, that hasn't really changed, whether it's Philippines or the rest of the region. In fact, post COVID, the biggest thing that's changed the most is actually we are more bullish on how people are adapting to technology and their openness to it, and actually how they see its importance and value going forward. And therefore, we're looking forward to accelerate potentially some of those, to ride the wave of acceleration in some of those changes as well.
Wow, a very, very interesting story. I'm very glad to see that you're still, I guess that means you're still going to be investing in Grab in the Philippines and even growing it further.
For sure.
Okay. And having said that, what are the emerging opportunities now? A question from Bowie Bonifacio. What do you see right now as the emerging opportunities for your clients here in the Philippines as well? I mean, you're very customer-centered. That's why you're able to grow all these different services. For those who want to affiliate or, complement Grab's growing network, what are the emerging opportunities that you're seeing as well?
Great question. So it will cover a couple of themes I mentioned earlier already. Firstly, we care a lot about empowering merchants and entrepreneurs in this new normal, right? So that's an area we're going to continue doubling and tripling down on, whether it's to bring new services online that were traditionally offline, like, again, groceries, GrabMart, Grab Assistant, wherever we can get additional partners there, of course, we'd love to. Secondly, I think in terms of what will happen as markets start to come out of lockdown, right? Going back to the importance of safety, but in a different way, instead of the safety of the ride, the hygiene and safety of that ride is really, really important now. And that's where we've also been adapting, and we'll need to continue adapting, whether in, finding new ways to build AI platforms that help, ensure that facial recognition is possible to check whether a driver is having a mask or passengers having a mask as they take a ride, because we want people to not transmit the disease. Things like this, and creating new services like Grab Protect, where there are heightened safety training and requirements as well for our driver partners. Those are some of the ideas that have come out already, and I'm pretty sure more will continue to come out. The third one is also for, I mentioned this many times, so I'll just say it very shortly, deliveries, just delivering anything. That will continue to grow. And last but not least, the one that I've talked about the least is probably on the financial services side. As everything is going more digital, as we are trying to continue serving, the underserved more. The biggest thing about Southeast Asia is that the majority, 70+%, 80, 90+%, depending on which report you read, right? The majority of Southeast Asia is actually unbanked or underbanked right now. And the reason is because many people either don't live close to banks, or they can't afford, let's say something as basic as insurance, right? They can't afford $1,000 or a few $100 insurance package for a year, right? So what we're trying to drive, and we've only just started, is something we call the $1 revolution, right? So you can actually start a saving account with $1. You do auto invest, this new product we just launched 1 or 2 months ago. You can buy insurance for a ride, right? Let's say you want to make sure you have insurance for that one ride. You can pay per ride, as cheap as $1 as well, right? So basically micro financial services, so that we can create more, access, and we can create more opportunities for people who actually do want these services but just couldn't afford them before.
Very interesting opportunity emerging, especially in the idea of microfinancing, which again went back to the idea of how can I serve my customer best from point A to point B. Another question also coming in from the audience. I'm just very curious. You talk about Southeast Asia and that there are similar experiences. Is what we're seeing here right now in the Philippines in terms of transport, in terms of the people having to be retrained, is it the same in the Philippines across the other regions? Is there anything unique that you've seen in our country or in other countries that's worth emulating as we move forward in this pandemic?
It's an interesting question, because as I was listening to the question, the visualization that came into my head was just different waves with different crests and bottom parts of it, because every country has been going through different peaks and throes of how COVID has been happening. And so the other thing that has made it difficult for the Philippines, I think, is the recent typhoons and the storms. So I do want to share that my heart goes out to everyone, because I know it's been challenging times, but I'm also optimistic, hopefully, with some of the recent developments globally on the vaccine front, that we are seeing light at the end of the tunnel, and we just need to get to it together now. Are there things that we should be learning from each other? I always think at a very meta point, and I go back to some of the earlier bits I mentioned in the speech. Technology is here to stay. So I really would hope that post-COVID, and as we're recovering from COVID, we don't go back to BAU mental models, as in business as usual mental models, right? The ability to continue to embrace technology and know that it actually is helping us and has helped us so much is something that, I've seen different customer segments, companies, governments, everybody is dealing with it slightly differently. So my urge is to just be as open and embracing as possible over there. Secondly, this concept of PPPs and just partnerships between companies and helping to focus on solving this unequal digital divide. that I would love to see more of. Again, we've seen some good examples, but when I look at it every single day in the conversations that we are aware of, there are many, many more opportunities that haven't been struck. And that's where I would love for all of us to continue to learn to do better. And I know we need to learn to do better in how we can find those opportunities as well. And that's my ask to this entire audience here.
And with that, Ms. Ling, thank you so much for the opportunity for sharing with us right now the lessons that you've learned from the pandemic, not just here in the Philippines, but across Southeast Asia. We're looking forward to a more inclusive expansion of Grab here in the country. Again, thank you so much on behalf of the Management Association of the Philippines. Take care. God bless. Thank you so much, Ms. Ling.
Thank you.
Our fourth plenary session speaker is the Asia Pac Consulting Leader of Ernst & Young to share with us his thoughts and insights on NextGen CEOs, creating long-term value through transformative leadership. Please welcome Mr. Ian Burnett.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ian Burnett. I'm the consulting leader for EY across Asia Pacific, and it's my absolute pleasure to be with the Management Association of Philippines. I understand the prestige of the group, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to come and talk to you today. And today I'm going to be talking about transformative leadership in the transformative age. And maybe just a little context on EY. I know in the Philippines, the SGV brand is very well known in professional services, but the consulting side of our business has grown significantly in the last 10 to 12 years. To the point globally, we have 70,000 consultants. And in Asia Pacific, the area of EY consulting that I lead, we have 14,000 consultants. We're operating across China, Japan, Oceania, Korea, our financial services business, and of course ASEAN with the Philippines. You know, we are now, just for awareness, we are offering full service consulting, so strategy, transformation, which we'll talk about today, implementation and operations. And in the Philippines, again, the SGV accounting brand is incredibly strong, but our consulting business there is also very significant now, nearly 1,000 people, and again, a full service suite. So just to give you a bit of a context of us and the business that I'm leading, since we're talking about leadership. And maybe one final bit of context, you may be trying to pick my accent, which might not be that easy. I was actually born in Hong Kong, and I grew up in Hong Kong until I was a teenager, and traveled around Asia significantly while I was a child, including trips to Philippines. And then my Scottish parents decided we should move back to Scotland, which I wasn't terribly happy about at the time, but I finished secondary school, university, and actually joined EY in Edinburgh. And then I was lucky enough to get the opportunity to come to Australia about 20 years ago, and started my family here, and we decided not to move back to Scotland because this seemed like a good place to raise our family, and I've been very lucky. I'm still here in Western Australia, so same time zone. And then from a professional point of view, I did my CA. Quite quickly from that point, moved into tech and tech risk and cyber, and then into more broader business improvement consulting and transformation. And from a sector point of view, actually started in financial services, but now very firmly in resources sector, and work extensively in the mining sector. So I wanted to share this topic in three parts. So first, I just want to talk, we use a fancy phrase called the transformative age. What do we mean by that? So I want to talk about what we mean by the transformative age. Secondly, transformation itself is a fairly overused term. So I want to just explore what do we mean by transformation and how do we define it? And we've done quite a lot of research and have a very particular point of view on that. So I wanted to share that. And then thirdly, talk about transformative leadership, which is the main topic. And in that, I want to reframe some traditional leadership attributes that I think are pertinent in terms of the reframe for the era we're in. I want to look at purpose. I want to look at transformative mindset. So that's what we're going to talk through today. I just can navigate some technology, I should be able to go into the next slide. So the transformative age, obviously we're living in a time of incredible change. In fact, I'd say it's, the way I describe it is unprecedented, multidimensional, simultaneous change at unprecedented speed. And if it wasn't obvious before the pandemic, I think it's become incredibly obvious, you know, in over the last 6 to 9 months. And I won't drain this slide because I'm sure you've seen this or an equivalent of this. You know, the number of disruptions that are happening simultaneously is fairly incredible. So, you know, whether it's technology, obviously, and technology is a big driver of a lot of change, but social change, demographic change, political change, focus on long-term value, risk, stakeholder value. The pandemic has obviously thrown everything into the mix as well. So I'm not gonna, this is just a list. There are plenty others that we could explore. But what does this mean in terms of business and organization? It simply means that if you're going to be successful in the future, you actually need to be able to thrive in this environment. So actually be adaptable and flexible, not in a single dimension, but be transformational to adapt to how the world is changing across those vectors. That's essentially the meaning that I just want you to take from this. So secondly, what do we mean by transformation? And we talk about transformation realized. So I just wanted to give you, I guess, a little definition to help navigate this conversation. Because when we say transformation, we're talking about a substantive and sustained change in state. And the transformational age, because of the scale of disruption that's happening simultaneously, means that state is continuous and dynamic rather than static. So that's what transformation means to us. And so it's not just change and not just substantive change, but substantive change and ability to continue changing. So who's doing this well? Here's a couple of examples. They're not big surprises, but they are worth looking at. So Amazon and Tesla. So Amazon, and the Amazon data on the left is actually about it's over a year old, but still valid. Amazon, as a new business model and a disruptor, has dwarfed all traditional competitors combined in terms of market capitalization. So that's the speed with which that's happened and the scale that it's happened. And Tesla, on a price sales ratio, has dwarfed all traditional players in a very short period of time. And then on the right-hand side, you can see the pandemic, and this only goes to the 9th of July, but again, it hasn't changed. So the pandemic has only accentuated the differential that these organizations are able to command in terms of value. So it's, you may look at it and say, well, that's Amazon-y, that's Amazon, that's Tesla, that's technology. But in fact, it isn't just technology. And so we've done quite a bit of research into organizations that are succeeding and have succeeded with real pace and scale in the most recent years. And we've identified what we think are the 3 new core creators of value. So on the left-hand side, you can see traditional, I'd call them traditional value drivers. I mean, they're described as incremental, which is probably right, but I would describe them as traditional. So traditionally, sustainable competitive advantage comes from the scope. So what's the nature of the service or product that you're serving and your differentiation in that scale? So how big are you? What's your coverage? And then with that, efficiency. So speed to market, lower cost of delivery. That's the traditional. Our view on the new core value creators in the transformative age of these 3 things. So technology, but technology at speed. So what we mean by that is the ability to adapt and deploy, or adopt and deploy new technologies very fast. And we all know that many organizations, and I think, Grab's probably a pretty good example that was just on, but many other organizations have been, traditional organizations, caught up in legacy systems, and their ability to shift has been constrained by the systems they have. Newer organizations have been able to adopt and adapt new technologies, whether it's cloud or digital or blockchain or any of these technologies, and get them to market fast in terms of enabling what they want to do in business. So it's technology, but not just technology, technology at speed. And again, in that statement there's inbuilt both modern technology, but the ability of the organization to adapt new technologies as they appear. Secondly, innovation at scale. So innovation is obviously not a new concept and has always been a creator of value for those who are able to do it. The difference in this environment is innovation at scale. So the ability to take an innovation and effectively wrap your whole business model around that innovation. So scale it and scale it fast. So again, Amazon and Tesla would be two examples where they had innovation, but they scaled it incredibly quickly. Actually, Amazon took a little while to get to their ultimate, dual business model. But if you look at Microsoft, for example, versus Amazon, Microsoft was on a different path and effectively decided to shift their business model largely to Azure consumption, and then committed to their whole organization to that, which is taking them kind of back into a strong position. So innovation, but innovation at scale is the point. And then lastly, and most importantly, and this is going to be a thread through the rest of our discussion today, is humans at the center. And this is the idea that actually, in terms of thriving in the disruption and transformation, your greatest asset and your greatest need is to harness humans. None of this is possible without humans. And those that are thriving put humans in the center of their transformation, in the center of their business. Now, we can talk about humans in multiple contexts, but certainly those in your organizations obviously is key. Your customers is key. If you think about Amazon and Tesla, largely the customer human, putting that in the center of their business model has been key, but also employees in a number of cases. So humans at the center is the third value driver. And so it's when you look at these three new creators of value, then you begin to look at what does leadership look like. And so our view is that transformative leaders are able to focus on harnessing all three of these at the same time and be able to create value for their organization. So what that means to me and to us is that not only is the age that we're living through transforming what success means and how you get it and what organizations look like, but in turn is reshaping what leadership looks like. And so that's where I want to take the discussion now. And I want to do it by kind of looking at what some attributes look like. So here are three, and they're not the only three, but they're three attributes that I'd say that most people would naturally associate with good leadership. It's a traditional view. It's the view that I would have come in with certainly at the beginning of my career, and there's nothing wrong with these three actually. So if I just dwell on them for a second. So confidence. So someone in the leadership position who looks confident in what they're doing, looks like they know the answers, looks like they have set the direction, they're clear on where we're going. Strength, ability to make decisions, especially tough ones, and then presence. So to be impactful, impressive, and to some extent, that attribute also is tinged with a little bit of fear. But I guess the issue with these three and that definition that I just gave, a sort of traditional definition, is that the research would say that if you're displaying those three attributes as a leader in the context of the age that we're living through, where there's this unprecedented level of change and disruption and uncertainty, is that really are those attributes really the ones that are going to help you and your organization thrive? And I think I propose to you the answer is no, because is it really credible and is it really realistic for a leader to know exactly where you're going, to have all the answers, to make tough decisions, to be the one making the calls, in the environment that I've just described, and I don't think it is. Now, I don't think that these attributes are irrelevant, and I'll come back to them in a minute. But I do think that they need to be. I do think they need to be reframed. And so it all comes back to this concept of humans at the center, and as it says on the screen, making it personal, but is actually the key to making it possible. So we think that the human aspect is actually the most important in the age we're living through, with the uncertainty and the disruption, that the human element is actually the most important leadership attribute and leadership tool and asset that you can leverage. As I said, it's not just the humans in your leadership team, it's the humans throughout your organization, it's the humans in your ecosystem, whether it's your customer base or supply chain, or your partners. And so we don't think that it's possible for you to have all the answers, and therefore how you leverage the human asset is actually critical to success in the transformative age. I like this statement because I think it does rebalance a lot of what's happening at the moment. So there's no doubt that technology is driving a lot of the change, and it's driving a lot of social change as well as kind of underlying system change. But technology is only what makes it possible. Talent's what makes it actually happen, and that's what I guess our belief system is in terms of how you think about leadership. So I want to reframe these three attributes that we talked about, and maybe just challenge you to think about these slightly differently. So when we talk about confidence, actually, confidence in a leader is incredibly important, but I think the real power in it is an ability of a leader to inspire confidence in others, to empower people, to create belief for people, to make it possible for people. So rather than it being you as a leader that's confident, actually, how can you create that level of confidence and help people fulfill their potential in your team and in your organization? That is actually the most important attribute in confidence. I was thinking back, and I think we can all do this to a certain degree. I was thinking back in my career recently to those that have had the biggest impact, and there was a managing partner in EY when I was fairly junior in my career, who was actually an introvert. So he wasn't a big, vivacious, high presence leader. He was actually an introvert, but he continued to just ask me to do certain things that I thought were beyond me at the time. So he'd take me into presentations to boards, he'd take me into presentations to exec, he'd have me run workshops. The situations he was putting me in were actually beyond where I would have ever put myself. And I think about that as probably the highest growth phase in my career. And actually, I saw him recently and I thanked him. He was embarrassed, but I thanked him because what he had done was create confidence in me, create potential and possibilities for me in my head that weren't there. And he actually stretched and grew me more than I would have done myself. So I think about that, and that's why that inspiring confidence in others is actually how I'd reframe that. The second one might be a little bit challenging. So showing strength through vulnerability. So again, it is a strength attribute, but I guess it's a question of what is strength. So is it easier to say everything's okay, I know what I'm doing, I'll get there, I don't need help? Or is it hard to say that, or is it hard to say I'm not sure, I need help, I don't know what I'm doing? And I think we'd all agree it's harder to say the latter. But actually, it's an incredibly powerful thing to do. And there's an increasing amount of research, both through the sporting field and through corporate, that vulnerability and humanity in leadership is actually one of the most powerful things, not as a technique, but as a truth and as ability to connect and inspire others. So we might talk a little bit more about this, but showing vulnerability actually creates real strength in leadership, is my proposition. And lastly, presence redefined for me is having presence to pay attention and care. So rather than this idea of boardroom presence where you walk in and it's all about you having impact, you being impressive, actually walking into a room and having the attention and care of the people in the room, knowing their names, knowing a bit about them, being able to talk to them, being familiar with them, actually is a far more powerful, I would say, attribute than the traditional definition. So, you know, I guess an example, I was doing one of those 360-degree feedback sessions, and a few years ago, and the lady I was working with said to me, "Why do you think, you know, people work incredibly hard for you, and why do you think that is?" And of course, my answer was, "Well, you know, I think there's a consequence if you don't do a good job." And she said, "No, that's not what it is, Ian. What it is they don't want to let you down." And so just to flip the kind of power balance, actually, if people are either inspired or, you know, believe in you, the work that they will do, the extra time they'll put in because they don't want to disappoint you, because they don't want to let you down, is far more powerful than, you know, any sort of fear consequence. So again, third one, just reframe having presence to pay attention and care is how I'd reframe that. So if we take all of that, the framework that we're using in EY around transformative leadership for our people and also in the market is this. And so in the center, so the concept is that actually transformative leaders, again, thinking back to the environment and how you harness the human assets around you and how you get the best out of them, are people who are purpose-driven and they bring the best of themselves and others. And so in the center of our framework is purpose, which we'll talk about as the heart of the leader, and we'll talk about that in a little more detail in a second. But then these concentric circles around better me, so these attributes in terms of mindset of curiosity, well-being, and agility, better us and our team, so teaming, belonging, inspiring, and then for us, building a better working world, which is our kind of larger purpose statement for the whole of EY. So this is a framework that we use that hopefully you find interesting and useful. And I want to dive into purpose, actually, and just spend a moment on that, because I think it's a really important component. So I guess the concept of purpose has been around for a little while, and, you know, actually for us in EY, we were one of the first big organizations to share our purpose statement, which was building a better working world, and actually had a massive impact for us, both in terms of recruitment and retention of talent, but also in the market with our clients. And, you know, so personally understood purpose, understood theoretically its value, and certainly deployed it and used it. But again, in the last couple of years, I've done, you know, a bit more work on it myself, and actually, rather than sort of conceptually understanding it, actually done the work to nail the statement that I think sums up my purpose, and I'll share it with you. So my purpose statement is to learn, grow, and do amazing things together while having lots of fun. And, you know, it's a statement, but actually, if you break it down, for me, it's really important. So to learn, that's about curiosity. That's about continuing to put myself out to learn new things, which actually gives me a lot of energy. Secondly, to grow. So that's a reminder to push myself beyond my comfort zone. So my other story about people doing that for me, I now do that for myself, and I'm constantly putting myself in situations where and they're uncomfortable, but that means I'm growing, and I think it's a really important reminder. Secondly, to do amazing things. So this one does give me goosebumps, because this is about the idea of not just doing cool things or great things, but to do amazing things. Actually, that gives me enormous excitement and energy in what I do. The fourth component is together. So all of three of them only make sense if you're doing it in a team. And actually, those environments, those team environments where you're doing those things are incredible. And lastly, to have lots of fun doing it, because I think fun, for me at least, is a really important element of the human connection. It's a really important energy point for me. And it's also, I think, where you get to see the very best of people when they're relaxed and creative and having fun. So I want a lot of fun in my life. And the thing about the statement is that I apply that in my family, I apply that in EY with my colleagues, I apply that with my clients, and I apply that with my community. I think it gives me really good centered view around who I am and what I'm trying to do. Helps me make decisions, helps me maintain balance in in where I'm focused and where my energy is. And as it says on the slide, so it's a really useful centering around being authentic and hopefully being somewhat visionary and inspiring. So I say all that and share it partially to be vulnerable, but partially to hopefully, if you haven't spent time on this as a leader, I think it's really, really important. It can change over time, but I really encourage you to do the work on it and share it with others, because I think it's a really powerful component of leadership, particularly in the age that we're living through. Lastly, I want to talk about mindset. So, and I'm going to share a few components to this. So, as I said, bringing out the best begins with the belief that we can all get better. And hopefully you can see the bridge between that and growth. But just to bring it home, I want to compare two sets of mindsets. So the fixed mindset and the growth mindset. And I think you'll recognize the difference as I go through them. So the fixed mindset says it goes about the world proving ability, demonstrating skills, and comparing yourself to others. And if you can't recognize some of yourself in that, I think you're probably lying. But that is the fixed mindset. So when you're in that mindset, you are about, I need to prove who I am, I need to demonstrate what I can do, and I need to be better than other people. The growth mindset, which is a slight flip on this or a reframing on this, is actually about how do I improve my ability, how do I develop my skills, and how do I compare myself and my growth now compared to where I was. So hopefully that's kind of obvious. But these mind shape they shape how we respond to things and how we see the world and how we lead. So the fixed mindset cycle, I doubt my ability, my anxiety undermines performance, I end up in helplessness, and then I avoid. The growth mindset is, I need to improve, try something different, use negative emotions as fuel, and focus on making progress. So these mindsets are important for leader, but also important to encourage in your teams. And it's being linked pretty clearly to creativity, deeper thinking, superior performance, persistent. And the one at the top, which I think is the most important one for me, is actually about interest and enjoyment. So last couple of components on this. So just on the right-hand side, in terms of that transformation mindset, so here are 5 components that you can think about. So firstly, transformative mindset and a transformative leader will create a compelling story framed in the future. So again, that purpose statement, that vision statement is really, really important as a center point and the belief, and to create belief. Stimulate belief by revisiting assumptions regularly. So again, it's not static. You'll go back and test the assumptions and vision. Third, working dynamically towards a dynamic state. So that's continuing to evolve and recognizing the purpose of transformation. Embracing diversity to challenge the status quo. So that's not about embracing diversity for the sake of looking like you're embracing diversity, because it's rather about the real power in diverse thinking and diverse points of view and coming at problems from a different perspective. And then lastly, balancing agility and flexibility to drive outcomes. Obviously, the counter to that on the left-hand side, but I think for this audience, just for you to think about the right-hand side in your own world as a leader. So I like this quote. So if you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. And again, that's about an open and a growth mindset. So this little slide, you may have seen this before. So the question is, the box A and box B, those boxes, those squares, are they the same color? And most people say no, A is darker than B. But as you go through this little exercise, actually they're the same color. And I have checked this. I've run back and forth in this slide pack. It doesn't change. It doesn't change. It is that from the start. So there you see it again. So just to sum up, I think the role of the leader is simple as we've defined it, but it's certainly not easy. And I think the essence of transformative leadership is about being human. And again, that's what the vulnerability component is about. It's about being human. So this quote I really like, which is, I've learned people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. And this one as well. So again, a good sum up from John Adams, the 6th US president. So if your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. May I call on our Q&A moderator for plenary session 4, the consulting leader of SGV and ASEAN Business Consulting Leader of EY. Please welcome Ms. Rosanna A. Fajardo. Please submit your questions through the Q&A chat button. We are now ready for the first question. Take it away, Ms. Fajardo.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here as a moderator for this session. As mentioned by the MC, you can post your questions in the Q&A button on your screen. So if we can bring back Ian to the main stage, please, for the questions of the audience. Hi, Ian. Hi. Thank you very much for that very insightful presentation. And you know, when you're talking about this new brand of leadership, I think that a lot of us in the audience have been reflecting on our own, you know, style of leadership and have been comparing that with what you have presented initially. But just to go back to some of the points that you have highlighted, actually, and one thing that really struck me was that you discussed about being vulnerable, and that is actually a sign of strength. In today's world where, you know, leaders need to be very decisive, be very strong in front of their people, and to really take their companies forward, isn't that a little bit, you know, misaligned to the traditional leadership traits? And won't that slow down, for example, a particular company? Do you have any comments around that?
Yeah, so misaligned, I think it's definitely a different view. And I think there are two views of vulnerability. One, people that see it as a strength, and other people that see it as a weakness. But if I just reflect on it for a moment, I mean, if you link the vulnerability comment back to the mindset component, effectively, if you view vulnerability as a weakness, then you're effectively fairly closed to your position and fairly closed in terms of listening to other people's views. I think the thing is that when we're dealing with so much complexity and speed of disruption, actually, it's unlikely that you're going to have all the right ideas all of the time. And in fact, others around you are going to have fantastic ideas you need to harness. So you need to create an environment that it's possible for them to share those with you. And just to give you a simple example, you know, one of the most powerful things you can do as a leader is to ask for help. Now, you don't have to do it in a weak way. I mean, one of the most powerful things you can do is go to one of your people and say, I'm struggling with this, I really need help. And the response you will get from that individual will be tremendous. There's also significant evidence from high-end sporting teams, actually, oops, dog in my house, apologies, that in fact where high-end teams are vulnerable to each other, that they perform really well because the human connection is there. So I've got a big belief system around vulnerability as a strength, and the ability to connect with people through that, rather than being this standoffish, almost fearful character that has all the answers that no one can approach. So that's, I guess, the sense of it. By the way, it's also incredibly, I had some of this in my own, I didn't start this way, in case you're wondering.
Yeah.
You know, in my younger years, I definitely thought and definitely tried my best to always have the answers. I mean, was one of my things. I was very quick and I had all the answers, and I was pretty confident. Some might say arrogant, but actually you close yourself off to the potential of other people's ideas. And someone gave me some feedback recently, which was that I admitted I got something wrong. And just admitting that I got something wrong was actually an important moment for people, because, you know, if someone thinks they're always right, how do you connect with an individual like that? So just a few examples.
Yeah. So you talk about your own journey as a leader. Um, what made you change? And um, for those of us listening right now, if we're like doing it the conventional or the traditional way, how do you pivot from the traditional brand of leadership into what we call as transformative leadership, as you've presented?
Well, if you buy into the concept that it's about humanity, effectively, and connecting with humans rather than being a sort of distant character that you know, that has all the answers, then the pivot is listening. Honestly, the pivot is to be open. The pivot is to show that you're human. The pivot is to say that you're wrong, say that you need help, which all of us do at all times. I mean, everyone I've spoken to, you know, worries about the decisions they're making or the decisions they've made, and actually embracing people around you is actually one of the most powerful things you can do. But I'd say the first step is actually just to listen, and have a look at, and even get some feedback on whether you are embracing of people around you and you're open to ideas. One of the techniques that you can try, it's quite a challenging thing to do, is called the Triple H. So this is a concept around hero, hardship, and highlight. And again, sporting teams do this a lot. So this is where a leader will simply share with their team a life story about a hero of theirs, about a hardship they've been through, and about a highlight in their life. It sounds very simple, but actually, if you do it in quite a personal way, you get a completely different connection with the people in your team, and they get to see you for who you are as opposed to who they think you are. So, Triple H, try it if you're brave enough.
Thanks, Ian. We have one question from the audience from Miss Balmaceda. How should a retail business capitalizing in brick and mortar platform transform itself in order to survive in the present economic challenges?
Yeah, that's a that's a very good question. So I'm not going to give you a specific answer, given that, you know, I don't know the exact circumstances. But what I would say is, if you look at the concept of transformation, and I mentioned Microsoft earlier as a case, because Microsoft had a business model. That business model was based on software, a little bit of hardware, but mostly software and services. And they kind of missed the boat on mobile, and they kind of missed the boat on cloud. And what they've done in the last few years is basically decide that the future was cloud services. And the way that they did it was to bet the whole company on that future. And so there's a concept called the transformation zone. And the transformation zone is where you identify an innovation that you think is the future of your organization. And failed companies litter the past that have identified this, but not back the whole company, because it's very difficult to take everything you've got in your existing organization and bet it on the alternate. But if you don't, you're going to fail. And so it's a difficult thing to conceive and to execute on, but those that succeed in truly transforming from a substantive state, so brick and mortar to online, if you believe that the current business is going to fail and the new business has to be this way, you need to link everything and all the money you make and all of your people to that new future. that's what it takes to succeed when you've got to transform to that scale.
Yeah. And I think this question also brings us back to the initial concept that you presented, which is transformation realized, having humans at center, technology at speed, and innovation at scale. So probably the question is, these are the new value drivers, right? To drive long-term value. What if you won't be able to address all components? What do you think is a consequence for companies, especially those that are operating in this, for us who are which are operating in this new normal?
Well, look, I think that those three creators of value, I think we've got a lot of confidence that those are the right three. I don't think that anyone would claim they're doing all three simultaneously great. Some are, and you can see the effect of it. So the question is, I think it's about assessing where you are against those three, and understanding kind of where you're positioned versus where you need to be in terms of strength of that. So depending on where you are from a technology environment versus where you need to be, depending on where you are from innovation and also human. But I would say that, it's a question of where can you start and where can you build real strength, because you don't need all three to be functioning at the same pace. So to me, it's a bit of an assessment and then the prioritization of kind of what's going to make the biggest difference for you.
Thank you. Another question from Ms. Pangan. How do you reconcile a situation wherein you have a business owner who is a visionary and embraces change, yet tend to hang on to very traditional ways of management, such as micromanaging and very authoritative?
Yeah, that is a tough one. That is a tough one, because you can see some of the attributes that we talked about in that leader, and this tends to happen in founding leaders, because they built the business in a particular way with a particular ethos. Now, some of that ethos around vision and change is obviously very valid in this age, but potentially some of the management techniques they're using aren't as successful as now. So it's a very difficult thing. But ultimately, I think in that situation, it's about connecting with that leader and exploring how other organizations are creating value. If the leader isn't bought in and is the type of leader being described here, it's going to be very difficult to move them if you can't open their mind to alternatives. Again, innovation projects are a good way to do micro tests in order to prove alternate ways of managing and alternate ways of creating value. So even if you can hive off a piece, that the leader will let you try something different, and then he or she can see the value. But yeah, it's a challenging situation.
Yeah. And I think that brings us back to the concept of purpose, right? And having aligned purpose between company versus the owners, and also versus people who are working for that company. And if there is misalignment of purpose, Ian, what does that do? And do you think that if I am in a company and I have a misaligned purpose from that of the company, should I leave? What are the things that need to be done for us to get alignment and bring the whole of the company forward?
Yeah, so it's actually a really interesting question, because if you take, for example, our purpose statement as an organization, building a better working world, it's a pretty big statement. It's not hard to find something in there that you can connect with, but is the role of the organization to say, here's our purpose, everyone get on board? I don't think it is. I think it's about saying this is what our organization stands for, and this is where we're going, and for teams and individuals to be able to find and align their individual purposes to that. And if you do it well, most of the time you can find your ability to further your purpose within the organization. If it's completely misaligned, Roseanne, I think that that is a problem. But we're actually we're actually encouraging all of our people, as soon as they come in the door, to actually discover their purpose. That's not about brainwashing them in the organization's purpose, but rather helping them discover their purpose. We believe the platform we've got is broad enough that they'll be able to further their purpose within hours. But actually, it's a valuable thing in its own right. And one of the biggest parts of our purpose statement is we train and build enormous numbers of professionals who go out into the marketplace. That's a big role that we play in society, actually. So even if they discover a purpose and it's slightly differently aligned from EY, and they head into the market, then that's okay, because that's aligned to our purpose as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, so I think we're seeing that more and more also. A lot of companies are also trying to come up with their own purpose statements and then activating this, and then hopefully everyone in the organization is aligned to that purpose. But it is true that we are all in a journey in purpose activation, and those who are actually more advanced in embracing that purpose can really help and bring others along.
Well, I think that I think one of the things that at an organizational level with purpose is that you can come up with a fancy statement and it might feel great, but if you've got misalignment in how the organization works, it's actually quite a negative thing. So in fact, one of the things we do for clients is, as you know, is actually help understand the gap between the purpose statement or the purpose that organizations have and where there's misalignment through. Because if you go out and say, this is who we are and this is what we stand for, but in fact what's going on inside the organization is completely misaligned with them, then that can be an incredibly negative experience. So purpose development, yes. The pathway to living that purpose, again, I think you need to be authentic about it. And the activation of that purpose, bottom down and sort of bottom up and top down, is actually the most important component, because people aren't stupid. They know, they can see, and they become very cynical if at the top you're saying one thing, but their experience is completely different.
Yeah, and that's very true, actually, especially with a Gen Z.
Yes.
With the younger members of our workforce, they look to us and they can see that if there is really misalignment between what you say and how you do it inside the firm, or even outside, how you deal with stakeholders.
Yeah, I think there's again, it's one of those disruptions and changes I was talking about, is the expectations of meaning. People don't just do jobs to earn money; they do jobs for meaning, and they're looking to leaders to. Again, that's why to be clear about your purpose and what you're trying to do is really important, because the ability to connect to that talent base is critical, and they're motivated by many things, but meaning and making a difference is a big part of it, for sure.
Yeah. So with that, Ian, any last words for the audience?
No, I
important message.
Yeah, other than I ask you to. I think some of the things I'm suggesting are very non-traditional. I ask you to reflect on them and think through your careers to the people that have made the biggest difference to you, and just consider some of the concepts versus what your experience has been. And I encourage you to do a little bit of experimentation with some of those concepts and see what kind of difference it can make for you.
Thank you, Ian, for sharing your time with us today, and for the insights. And stay safe.
Yeah,
I know
thanks.
I know Perth is open already, so you're almost
at the moment,
normal there.
At the moment, but thanks to the Management Association of Philippines, it's been a real pleasure to join. Again, my thoughts go out to the Philippines in terms of the impact of the typhoon. So thinking of all of you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rosanna.
Thanks.
A round of applause, please, for Mr. Burnett and Miss Fajardo. To explain to all of us the unconference sessions, which will be held from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. May I call back the chair of the MAP Next Gen Committee, Dr. Donald Lim.
Hello, good morning. I hope all of you are enjoying your sessions. This morning, we actually have 4 very good sessions, including our Cabinet Secretary Nograles. Now, we are now going to move to the unconference. We're going to go to the afternoon session. So, I'll just share my screen, no, so you can all see where we're at. So what will happen this afternoon? What will happen this afternoon is that we will now go to the to our breakout rooms and unconference. So in the afternoon, after this, you will be breaking out for lunch, and after lunchtime, 12 to 1 p.m., what will happen is that you will be having your breakout sessions. You will have 2 breakout sessions from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock, and then from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock. So these two sessions you will have to choose your sessions. No, so later on I will show you your sessions. After that, you will now go to the unconference. So in the unconference, let me explain very quickly. To those who have not experienced any unconference, I experienced this abroad, and also I've experienced this here. In an unconference setting, usually when you go to an unconference, there will not be any topics. People gather and you actually sign up. You actually submit your topic that you want to be discussed. After you submit a topic, you will then vote for a topic, and only the top topics deserve a room. So that is how the unconference is going to be run. In essence, what they call an open space conference. So what happens is that first the participants will build the agenda. They will then, after that, you will propose their sessions. You will then, after that, proposing your sessions, you will then vote. People will choose and vote for your sessions. People will go to the different rooms for their sessions, and then after that, they will lead the sessions. So the 4 rules of the unconference will be: whoever comes are the right people. Whatever happens is the only thing that could have happened. When it starts, it's the right time, and when it's over, it's over. Right? So that's the 4 rules of the unconference. So when you vote for a topic, right? When you vote for a topic for an unconference, so we will only try this once, and this is at 3 to 4 p.m. Today, you will actually vote for the 8 topics that will be discussed in the breakout rooms, the 8 breakout rooms. When you go to the 8 breakout rooms later on, all of you will be there, and either you look at each other or you start the ball rolling. Okay, so it's a very unstructured conference, and the essence, right, is that we want this to be, again, very collaborative, very engaging. Lean forward, you will have to be discussing already, given the topic. You will raise your hand. There's a moderator there. You will raise your hand, and you will start just discussing and sharing with one another. Okay. So now, again, the rule is that if you're neither learning nor contributing, go and find some place where you are learning and contributing. Okay. So now I will now turn over to Joanna. Will you show me? So we actually have, I think, 15 or 16 topics that all of you will be voting for. Okay. So can everyone, can you show the topics? Okay, so now there's a slide there. So these are actually the 16 topics. Some are coming from the NextGen committee, and some would be coming from most of you, well, some of you who submitted topics. I will now ask you, right, to vote in the chat room. So there is a poll there in the chat room. that I need all of you to vote. Each person will only have one vote. Okay? So vote in the chat room. So go if you can find the chat. If you can find the chat room, please start voting. So we're not accepting any more topics. Out of the 16 topics that you are seeing here, okay, only 8, okay, only 8 will be considered. And what will happen is, for example, okay, how can we have agile management? How can we have internet faster, for example, or how can we spur domestic tourism? Once that room is open, how can we spur domestic tourism? Okay, then when you choose the, if for example it won, it's one of the top 8. Once you go into that room, then it's up to you to discuss and share your ideas and insights. And the intent is for all of you, right, to actually learn from one another. Okay, so I'm sure most of you, I hope you can see this already. Please advise us because I cannot see you using this technology. But I hope you're all seeing this. No? We have 16 topics. All of you will have to vote. So whatever topic is voted upon, right, the top 8 will be the ones that will proceed to the unconference that will happen from 3 to 4 p.m. Okay. So again, this is the first time we're doing this. Usually the MAP conference is always one way, right? We have a speaker, and then of course at most you will have a Q&A. Okay. Now, let me just I'll just share with you very quickly. Can we go to the afternoon sessions, the intimate sessions, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, while everyone is voting? Or I can share my screen. Okay, I'll share na lang. Okay, so again, in the afternoon session, no, you will have a lunch break. After you have your lunch, 12 to 1 o'clock, and then by 1 o'clock, you will come back. When you come back to the lobby of your of the platform, you will now have to choose which breakout room you will go to. So these breakout rooms, the first would be 1 to 2 o'clock. A moderator will be in that room, and the room can accommodate at most around 37 people. Okay, so 37 people. Then after that, you choose a breakout room. That will happen for 1 hour. The speaker will just speak for 10 minutes, and then after that, you now have 50 minutes to actually ask any question from the speaker. So this is the 1 to 2 o'clock slot, and then the 2 to 3 o'clock slot will be now the next 8 speakers will come, and you get to choose. If for some reason you want to change, you can feel free to exit the room and go into another room. That is perfectly fine, as long as the room is full. As long as the room is not full, no, you will see naman that the room is not full. If it's not full, you cannot enter. Okay. So again, we try to make this as interactive as possible. You choose your speakers and you interact with them. Okay. So I'm sure you have all finished your voting. Can we go back to the session? Okay, go ahead. Sige, let's play the video first.
Thank you, Dr. Lim. Before we proceed with our lunch break, here are the topics and speakers for this afternoon's Intimate Breakout Sessions Batch 1 at 1 to 2 p.m., which you may access later by going to the lobby page of the conference. For Breakout Session 1, the fastest way to set up your online business by the CEO of Lazada, Mr. Raymond Alimurong. Breakout Session 2, Crashing into Daddy's Shoes by the COO of Mega Global Corporation, Ms. Michelle Chu Lim Chan. Breakout Session 3, Technology and Business Continuity by the Managing Partner of Goriseta Africa Cotton and Saavedra, Attorney Mark S. Goriseta. Breakout Session 4, Moving Forward from COVID-19, Management Stories of Challenges and the Business Pivot by the co-founder and CEO of Potato Corner, Mr. Jose P. Magsaysay Jr. Breakout Session 5, Crash In or Crash Out? Resto Guide to the New Normal by restaurateur and co-founder of the Moment Group, Ms. Aba Napa. Breakout Session 6, The Digital Shifts Brought About by COVID-19 by the co-founder of Surpass, Mr. Nico Jose Noliedo. Breakout Session 7, Changing Filipino Consumers by the industry head of CPG Google Philippines, Ms. Gara Santos Ontiveros. And Breakout Session 8, Understanding the New Filipino Consumer by the President and COO of LT Group Incorporated, Mr. Michael G. Tan. And the main topic for the second batch of the afternoon intimate breakouts is moving forward from COVID-19, management stories of challenges and the business pivot at 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. For breakout session 1, we have the Executive Vice President and COO of Century Pacific Foods Incorporated, Mr. Greg Banzon. For breakout session 2, we have the President and CEO of EI2 Tech Incorporated, Mr. Paulo Antonio Barba Bediones. And breakout session 3, we have the Managing Director of UPS Philippines and Indonesia, Mr. Chris Buono. Breakout session 4, we have the Founder and Executive Director of Litter of Light My Shelter Foundation, Mr. Elac Angelo A. Diaz. And breakout session 5, we have the President and CEO of AC Energy, Mr. John Eric T. Francia. Breakout session 6, we have the Founder and CEO of Stylist in Pocket Technologies, Ms. Sherry Rojas Chua Gotuaco. Breakout session 7, we have the President and Founding Partner of Rags to Riches Incorporated, Ms. Reese Fernandez Ruiz. And finally, breakout session 8, we have the co-founder and managing partner of Pet Warehouse Philippines, Ms. Camille Erica S. Yao. We would like to thank the following sponsors for their generous support for this first Management Association of the Philippines NextGen Web Conference. Our knowledge partner, SGV and Company. Our diamond sponsor, First Philippine Holdings Inc. Our gold sponsors, PLDT Smart and Stratcom. Our silver sponsors, BPI, Security Bank, and United Auctioneers. Our bronze sponsor, Ayala Corporation. Our media partners, ANC, Biz News Asia, Business World, Philippine Daily Inquirer, Philippine Star, and the Manila Times. Our platform partner, Vernu. And finally, our website partner, RGC. Thank you, Dr. Lim. Before we proceed with our lunch break, here are the topics and speakers for this afternoon's Intimate Breakout Sessions Batch 1 at 1 to 2 p.m., which you may access later by going to the lobby page of the conference. For Breakout Session 1, the fastest way to set up your online business by the CEO of Lazada, Mr. Raymond Alimurong. Breakout Session 2, Crashing into Daddy's Shoes by the COO of Mega Global Corporation, Ms. Michelle Chu Lim Chan. Breakout Session 3, Technology and Business Continuity by the Managing Partner of Goriseta Africa Cotton and Saavedra, Attorney Mark S. Goriseta. Breakout Session 4, Moving Forward from COVID-19, Management Stories of Challenges and the Business Pivot by the co-founder and CEO of Potato Corner, Mr. Jose P. Magsaysay Jr. Breakout Session 5, Crash In or Crash Out? Resto Guide to the New Normal by restaurateur and co-founder of the Moment Group, Ms. Aba Napa. Breakout Session 6, The Digital Shifts Brought About by COVID-19 by the co-founder of Surpass, Mr. Nico Jose Noliedo. Breakout Session 7, Changing Filipino Consumers by the industry head of CPG Google Philippines, Ms. Gara Santos Ontiveros. And Breakout Session 8, Understanding the New Filipino Consumer, by the President and COO of LT Group Incorporated, Mr. Michael G. Tan. And the main topic for the second batch of the afternoon intimate breakouts is moving forward from COVID-19, management stories of challenges and the business pivot at 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. For breakout session 1, we have the Executive Vice President and COO of Century Pacific Foods Incorporated, Mr. Greg Banzon. For breakout session 2, we have the President and CEO of EI2 Tech Incorporated, Mr. Paulo Antonio Barba Bediones. And breakout session 3, we have the Managing Director of UPS Philippines and Indonesia, Mr. Chris Buono. Breakout session 4, we have the Founder and Executive Director of Litter of Light My Shelter Foundation, Mr. Elac Angelo A. Diaz. And breakout session 5, we have the President and CEO of AC Energy, Mr. John Eric T. Francia. Breakout session 6, we have the Founder and CEO of Stylist in Pocket Technologies, Ms. Sherry Rojas Chua Cotuaco. Breakout session 7, we have the President and Founding Partner of Rags to Riches Incorporated, Ms. Reese Fernandez Ruiz. And finally, breakout session 8, we have the co-founder and managing partner of Pet Warehouse Philippines, Ms. Camille Erica S. Yao.
Guys, here, try this. Wait, let's make this extra. Ta-da! Making spicy tofu stew? This works best.
Uy, gising! Uy, ikaw na.
Just because we need to keep our distance doesn't mean we have to stay distant. Stay close to your passions with free stories for all. Get 14 gigabytes for Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter for just 99 pesos. Share your passions. Share your stories. Download the GigaLife app and choose free stories.
Welcome to the GigaLife. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The GigaLife in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Things keep getting better because the sun you've loved is now smart.
The sun brings in a new day and everything changes.
Get used to a more seamless prepaid experience. Load via smart retailers, the GigaLife app, and the online store. Say hello to even more promos, events, deals, and partnerships under Smart. Make the most of your Giga with even more Giga promos suited to your needs. And don't worry, you get to keep your Sun mobile number as you move on to Smart, the country's fastest mobile data network. Now you see why? Welcome to Smart!
When I grow up, will there still be birds? What about turtles or whale sharks? Please stop making animals disappear.
When I grow up, can I still swim in the beach? They say some beaches are too polluted? What does that mean?
Please help me. I don't want to grow up in a dying planet. If you're gonna produce energy, make sure it's good for all of us.
At First Gen, we believe it's our responsibility to provide cleaner energy that's good for the environment. So we only produce power that is 100% clean, 100% reliable, using 0% coal. Not just for us, but for more generations to come. First Gen, 100% green power, 100% good power.
So, are we good?
Tired of missing the latest news? Get the Inquirer mobile app to get the latest stories and updates as they happen. The Inquirer mobile app is an easy-to-use app with quick access to stories and also enhances your experience on other Inquirer platforms. The Inquirer mobile app also lets you recommend stories for the Inquirer front page and share stories on various social platforms. Have a story to tell? Be an Inquirer reporter with the My Inquirer function. Now that's news anytime, anywhere, always.
Got something you want to share to the world? We got you, fam! We are looking for awesome people like you who want to share content that deserve a spotlight on our site. Whether it's a list of everything you love about catos and doggos, pop culture related artworks, or even your own random photos, memes, and funny videos, we'd be happy to see it and share it to the world. Join our award-winning team and be part of our Ink Pop creator community.
Okay, welcome back. So we've already tallied all of your scores, and this would be the top 8. No, again, most of you will be experiencing this the first time. You have voted, and these are the top 8 topics. One would be, what are the emerging businesses in the next 5 years? Second would be, managing millennials, Gen Z, the workplace. Third would be, is shared prosperity possible? 4, the role of big data in navigating or pivot in the midst of uncertainties. 5th would be, is mental health management necessary in the workplace? 6 is the Philippine economy going up or down? 7, how to handle decreasing business cash balance and decreasing sales? 8 is succession management, training the child to run the business or professionalize. So this would also be the rooms that you will go to if you choose a topic. No, so it's room 1 would be emerging business, 2 would be managing millennials, room 3 would be shared prosperity, room 4, and so forth and so on. Again, when you go into the room, you know the topic that will be discussed. There are no speakers. All of you are speakers. All of you will be contributing to the topic. So feel free to air your views, debate on everything and anything. Just do not fight, okay? Just do not make enemies here, okay? So again, we're doing this for the first time. We're trying an unconference session. I hope you find this exciting. So after the unconference, at 3 to 4, please come back at 4 o'clock. We will have a closing plenary with the founder of Angkas, Angeline Tam, who's also one of the best speakers I've seen, to actually close our conference. So with that, again, I would like to, it's 11:51, so you have 1 hour to take your lunch. I hope you can all be back by around 12:50, so you can actually go into your room a bit earlier. Again, it's first come, first served. If a room is already full, then you cannot go into the room already, no? So then you have to choose another room. Okay, so again, have a good lunch. I hope that you have you had an enjoyable morning plenary. So it's now going, we're now rolling up our sleeves, going into more intimate discussions with our chosen CEOs and business leaders. Ask any questions in your 1 to 2 and your 2 to 3. And then 3 to 4, we will go directly to the unconference. You will be seeing and looking at each other. And I hope that someone will start the ball rolling and starting the discussion. Okay, so I hope this is clear. Have a good lunch, and I'll see you back at around 12:50 so that we can start the afternoon. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be having our lunch break. We will see you all again at 1 p.m., where you may proceed directly to your selected breakout rooms, which you can access through the same link of the event's lobby page.
Around
Guys, here, try this. Wait, let's make this extra. Ta-da! Making spicy tofu stew? This works best.
Uy, gising! Uy, ikaw na.
Just because we need to keep our distance doesn't mean we have to stay distant. Stay close to your passions with free stories for all. Get 14 gigabytes for Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter for just 99 pesos. Share your passions, share your stories. Download the GigaLife app and choose free stories.
Welcome to the GigaLife. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The GigaLife in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Things keep getting better because the sun you've loved is now smart.
The sun brings in a new day and everything changes.
Get used to a more seamless prepaid experience. Load via smart retailers, the GigaLife app, and the online store. Say hello to even more promos, events, deals, and partnerships under Smart. Make the most of your Giga with even more Giga promos suited to your needs. And don't worry, you get to keep your Sun mobile number as you move on to Smart, the country's fastest mobile data network. Now you see why? Welcome to Smart.
When I grow up, will there still be birds? What about turtles or whale sharks? Please stop making animals disappear.
When I grow up, can I still swim in the beach? They say some beaches are too polluted. What does that mean? Please help me. I don't want to grow up in a dying planet. If you're going to produce energy, make sure it's good for all of us.
At NextGen, we believe it's our responsibility to provide cleaner energy that's good for the environment. So we only produce power that is 100% clean, 100% reliable, using 0% coal. Not just for us, but for more generations to come. NextGen, 100% green power, 100% good power.
So, are we good?
Tired of missing the latest news? Get the Inquire mobile app to get the latest stories and updates as they happen. The Inquire mobile app is an easy-to-use app with quick access to stories and also enhances your experience on other Inquirer platforms. The Inquirer mobile app also lets you recommend stories for the Inquirer front page and share stories on various social platforms. Have a story to tell? Be an Inquirer reporter with the My Inquirer function. Now that's news anytime, anywhere, always.
Got something you want to share to the world? We got you, fam. We are looking for awesome people like you who want to share content that deserve a spotlight on our site. Whether it's a list of everything you love about catos and doggos, pop culture related artworks, or even your own random photos, memes, and funny videos, we'd be happy to see it and share it to the world. Join our award-winning team and be part of our InkPop creator community.
Guys, here, try this. Wait, let's make this extra. Ta-da! Making spicy tofu stew? This works best.
Uy, gising! Uy, ikaw na.
Just because we need to keep our distance doesn't mean we have to stay distant. Stay close to your passions with free stories for all. Get 14 gigabytes for Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter for just 99 pesos. Share your passions. Share your stories. Download the GigaLife app and choose free stories.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Things keep getting better because the sun you've loved is now smart.
The sun brings in a new day and everything changes.
Get used to a more seamless prepaid experience. Load via smart retailers, the GigaLife app, and the online store. Say hello to even more promos, events, deals, and partnerships under Smart. Make the most of your Giga with even more Giga promos suited to your needs. And don't worry, you get to keep your Sun mobile number as you move on to Smart, the country's fastest mobile data network. Now you see why? Welcome to Smart!
When I grow up, will there still be birds? What about turtles or whale sharks? Please stop making animals disappear.
When I grow up, can I still swim in the beach? They say some beaches are too polluted? What does that mean? Please help me. I don't want to grow up in a dying planet. If you're gonna produce energy, make sure it's good for all of us.
At First Gen, we believe it's our responsibility to provide cleaner energy that's good for the environment. So we only produce power that is 100% clean, 100% reliable, using 0% coal. Not just for us, but for more generations to come. First Gen, 100% green power, 100% good power.
So, are we good?
Tired of missing the latest news? Get the Inquirer mobile app to get the latest stories and updates as they happen. The Inquirer mobile app is an easy-to-use app with quick access to stories and also enhances your experience on other Inquirer platforms. The Inquirer mobile app also lets you recommend stories for the Inquirer front page and share stories on various social platforms. Have a story to tell? Be an Inquirer reporter with the My Inquirer function. Now that's news anytime, anywhere, always.
Got something you want to share to the world? We got you, fam. We are looking for awesome people like you who want to share content that deserve a spotlight on our site. Whether it's a list of everything you love about catos and doggos, pop culture related artworks, or even your own random photos, memes, and funny videos, we'd be happy to see it and share it to the world. Join our award-winning team and be part of our InPop creator community.
Guys, here, try this. Wait, let's make this extra. Ta-da! Making spicy tofu stew? This works best.
Uy, gising! Uy, ikaw na.
Just because we need to keep our distance doesn't mean we have to stay distant. Stay close to your passions with free stories for all. Get 14 gigabytes for Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter for just 99 pesos. Share your passions, share your stories. Download the GigaLife app and choose free stories.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Things keep getting better because the sun you've loved is now smart.
The sun brings in a new day and everything changes.
Get used to a more seamless prepaid experience. Load via smart retailers, the GigaLife app, and the online store. Say hello to even more promos, events, deals, and partnerships under Smart. Make the most of your Giga with even more Giga promos suited to your needs.
And don't worry, you get to keep your Sun mobile number as you move on to Smart, the country's fastest mobile data network.
Now you see why? Welcome to Smart.
When I grow up, will there still be birds? What about turtles or whale sharks? Please stop making animals disappear.
When I grow up, can I still swim in the beach? They say some beaches are too polluted. What does that mean?
Please help me. I don't want to grow up in a dying planet. If you're gonna produce energy, make sure it's good for all of us.
At NextGen, we believe it's our responsibility to provide cleaner energy that's good for the environment. So we only produce power that is 100% clean, 100% reliable, using 0% coal. Not just for us, but for more generations to come. NextGen, 100% green power, 100% good power.
So, are we good?
Tired of missing the latest news? Get the Inquirer mobile app to get the latest stories and updates as they happen. The Inquirer mobile app is an easy-to-use app with quick access to stories and also enhances your experience on other Inquirer platforms. The Inquirer mobile app also lets you recommend stories for the Inquirer front page and share stories on various social platforms. Have a story to tell? Be an Inquirer reporter with the My Inquirer function. Now that's news anytime, anywhere, always.
Got something you want to share to the world? We got you, fam! We are looking for awesome people like you who want to share content that deserve a spotlight on our site. Whether it's a list of everything you love about catos and doggos, pop culture related artworks, or even your own random photos, memes, and funny videos, we'd be happy to see it and share it to the world. Join our award-winning team and be part of our InkPop creator community.
Here, try this. Wait, let's make this extra. Ta-da! Making spicy tofu stew? This works best.
Uy, gising! Uy, ikaw na.
Just because we need to keep our distance doesn't mean we have to stay distant. Stay close to your passions with free stories for all. Get 14 gigabytes for Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter for just 99 pesos. Share your passions. Share your stories. Download the GigaLife app and choose free stories.
Welcome to the GigaLife. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The GigaLife in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Things keep getting better because the sun you've loved is now smart.
The sun brings in a new day and everything changes.
Get used to a more seamless prepaid experience. Load via smart retailers, the GigaLife app, and the online store. Say hello to even more promos, events, deals, and partnerships under Smart. Make the most of your Giga with even more Giga promos suited to your needs. And don't worry, you get to keep your Sun mobile number as you move on to Smart, the country's fastest mobile data network. Now you see why? Welcome to Smart!
When I grow up, will there still be birds? What about turtles or whale sharks? Please stop making animals disappear.
When I grow up, can I still swim in the beach? They say some beaches are too polluted. What does that mean? Please help me. I don't want to grow up in a dying planet. If you're gonna produce energy, make sure it's good for all of us.
At NextGen, we believe it's our responsibility to provide cleaner energy that's good for the environment. So we only produce power that is 100% clean, 100% reliable, using 0% coal. Not just for us, but for more generations to come. NextGen, 100% green power, 100% good power.
So, are we good?
Tired of missing the latest news? Get the Inquirer mobile app to get the latest stories and updates as they happen. The Inquirer mobile app is an easy-to-use app with quick access to stories and also enhances your experience on other Inquirer platforms. The Inquirer mobile app also lets you recommend stories for the Inquirer front page and share stories on various social platforms. Have a story to tell? Be an Inquirer reporter with the My Inquirer function. Now that's news anytime, anywhere, always.
Got something you want to share to the world? We got you, fam. We are looking for awesome people like you who want to share content that deserve a spotlight on our site. Whether it's a list of everything you love about catos and doggos, pop culture related artworks, or even your own random photos, memes, and funny videos, we'd be happy to see it and share it to the world. Join our award-winning team and be part of our Ink-Pop creator community.
We would like to thank the following sponsors for their generous support for this first Management Association of the Philippines NextGen Web Conference. Our knowledge partner, SGV and Company. Our diamond sponsor, First Philippine Holdings Inc. Our gold sponsors, PLDT Smart and Stratcom. Our silver sponsors, BPI, Security Bank, and United Auctioneers. Our bronze sponsor, Ayala Corporation. Our media partners, ANC, Biz News Asia, Business World, Philippine Daily Inquirer, Philippine Star, and the Manila Times. Our platform partner, Vernu. And finally, our website partner, RGC.
this. Wait, let's make this extra. Ta-da! Making spicy tofu stew? This works best.
Uy, gising! Uy, ikaw na.
Just because we need to keep our distance doesn't mean we have to stay distant. Stay close to your passions with free stories for all. Get 14 gigabytes for Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter for just 99 pesos. Share your passions. Share your stories. Download the GigaLife app and choose free stories.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's the one? Simple, smart ako.
Things keep getting better because the sun you've loved is now smart.
The sun brings in a new day and everything changes.
Get used to a more seamless prepaid experience. Load via smart retailers, the GigaLife app, and the online store. Say hello to even more promos, events, deals, and partnerships under Smart. Make the most of your Giga with even more Giga promos suited to your needs. And don't worry, you get to keep your Sun mobile number as you move on to Smart, the country's fastest mobile data network. Now you see why? Welcome to Smart!
When I grow up, will there still be birds? What about turtles or whale sharks? Please stop making animals disappear.
When I grow up, can I still swim in the beach? They say some beaches are too polluted. What does that mean? Please help me. I don't want to grow up in a dying planet. If you're gonna produce energy, make sure it's good for all of us.
At NextGen, we believe it's our responsibility to provide cleaner energy that's good for the environment. So we only produce power that is 100% clean, 100% reliable, using 0% coal. Not just for us, but for more generations to come. First Gen, 100% green power, 100% good power.
So, are we good?
Tired of missing the latest news? Get the Inquirer mobile app to get the latest stories and updates as they happen. The Inquirer mobile app is an easy-to-use app with quick access to stories and also enhances your experience on other Inquirer platforms. The Inquirer mobile app also lets you recommend stories for the Inquirer front page and share stories on various social platforms. Have a story to tell? Be an Inquirer reporter with the My Inquirer function. Now that's news anytime, anywhere, always.
Got something you want to share to the world? We got you, fam. We are looking for awesome people like you who want to share content that deserve a spotlight on our site. Whether it's a list of everything you love about catos and doggos, pop culture related artworks, or even your own random photos, memes, and funny videos, we'd be happy to see it and share it to the world. Join our award-winning team and be part of our in-pop creator community.
Welcome back to the plenary hall. We hope you had a very enriching afternoon in your intimate breakout rooms and on conference. As we come to a close, please welcome our closing keynote speaker, the CEO of Angkas, Ms. Angeline Pham.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. I know everyone has had a long day. I hope you still have some energy for this last talk. So I just wanted to share a little bit about the Angkas story. why we do what we do, and what's kind of happens from day one till now. So let me start sharing my screen. Give me a second. Okay, can everyone see this? Yeah. So basically, everyone tells me it's more fun in the Philippines. You will find out why. But I wanted to just start off by talking a little bit about disruptive innovation. Disruptive innovation is something that, disrupts the current way of doing things, something that people are very used to. And despite something maybe being better, there's a strong unwillingness to change. Some companies that we've seen in our lifetime would be Apple, Netflix, and Uber, right? Nobody believed in them when they first started. Apple's changed the way that we use our smartphones with the touch screen, right? I mean, I used to be a BlackBerry diehard, but not anymore. Netflix has changed the way we consume entertainment. And Uber, right? Who would have thought that you would get in a car with a stranger and pay for it, right? So these are companies that we've seen that evolution, and we've seen the change that they've managed to accomplish. But what about change that's happened across like the last 100 years that we don't even think twice about anymore? For example, this is an ad that was run by John D. Rockefeller, the richest man in the world back then. And he made his money in gas. And he was trying to keep kerosene lamps in your homes because electricity was going to burn your houses down if you let that into your house. Don't ask me, but this was the propaganda he was trying to put out back then. Thank goodness that's not true anymore. And electricity managed to show that it's something that will endure, right? So another example of this would be Henry Ford, right? So he's the modern founder of cars. And when he went to a bank to get a loan, the president was saying, hey, I don't know this, why are you trying to get a loan for the car? The horse is here to stay. This hobby of yours is not going to go anywhere. He thankfully he still persevered, but even when he found success, the newspapers were calling his cars the devil's wagon, killing kids in the streets. And we've still now back to today. When we see all of these cars on the road, we know that he succeeded, right? And this is a beautiful picture of EDSA. And this is where our journey begins, where we're trying to solve a problem in the Philippines. If you look at a JICA study that was done, right, they actually show that because of the congestion on this one road in the Philippines, we actually lose 3.5 billion pesos on a daily basis of lost economic value, right? And this is expected to increase to 5.4 billion if nothing is done about this congestion that we have. But I think it's more than just numbers, right? There's also the quality of life that people suffer for that they don't even think about these days. You don't realize how much of your life and the decisions that you make are tied to traffic in Manila, right? Take, for example, when I first came here, it was really hard for me to maintain friendships for people living in QC, and I live in Makati, right? Even to send my kids to school, I can't choose a school that's further away, because then my child would have to do commute 2 to 4 hours just to go to school. And even jobs, right? I've had people quit because we moved offices, people that I would have loved to keep with us. But because now the commute would be twice as long, it was just not possible anymore for them to stay with us. And I feel that this is something that's such a waste and something that people don't even think about, right? You can't even, so when people are dating from just 10 kilometers apart, it's actually a long distance relationship, right? And I often ask the audience, how many of you have dated someone in QC and you lived in Alabang? And people will tell me yes. And I ask them, did you marry this person? And I would say more than 50% of the time it's yes, because it must be true love for you to endure this kind of traffic on a daily basis. And hence we decided to, help people with Angkas, because Angkas helps you beat the traffic through a motorcycle in a safe and reliable manner, right? What we wanted to do was professionalize an existing service called the Habal Habal that it's a little bit less secure, no training, that people are already using, and we wanted to make it safer. And at a point, we felt like we were rock stars, right? After 8 months, we had over 600,000 downloads. We were in 2 cities, and we were doing really well. People loved us on social media, right? And you know, once they tried it, they were like, "This is so refreshing. Thank you, Angkas." And unfortunately, the Philippine government also, you know, talked to us on social media. We actually got a cease and desist order from Twitter. I didn't know it was possible, but apparently it is. I thought it was a joke. So one fine day, the LTFRB came with all agencies they could think of to raid our office and to shut us down. We actually thought that this is a good opportunity for us to kind of speak with LTFRB to help them understand this this new system that we had, right? Because we are professionalizing something that's existing, and we were thinking like, okay, you know, maybe we can help you understand what the service does, and you can let us know how we can improve it further so that we can offer it by your standards to more people. But if you look at the faces here, it didn't go very well. So this was our first milestone where we had to pivot to deliveries. We shut down our transportation service and we had to do deliveries. And I think at this point, we also wanted to find out why was the government so dead set against motorcycles, right? So there was a survey from SWS that showed that 1 out of 3 Filipino families own a motorcycle. 50% of them depend on it for their livelihood, and 99% of them are from low-income households, right? When you couple it with the way we saw people riding motorcycles, you know, in the provinces like this, right? Like it's a circus, 10 people, and you can balance with a board behind. It's called the Skylab. You know, this is really why the government was what the government had in their head when they thought about us providing our service, right? Just so for some fun facts, the 3 main laws that allow motorcycles to be ridden safely, right? You need to have helmets, you cannot modify your bike, and you can only have 1 passenger at a time. But because of the way people are riding like this out there, more than 50% of deaths were from road accidents are from motorcycles, right? But I would say that it's because of the way we choose to use the motorcycles versus the motorcycle itself being unsafe, right? And at the end of the day, it's also because of lack of education. So we needed to think of a way to change that mindset of the regulators from what we're doing to what's actually they're thinking out on the streets. And so we coined a new term. We coined the term the motorcycle taxi. We're professional service, we're safe, we're insured, and we train our bikers, right? So this is a way to show that, you know, that can be changed, right? We're disrupting something that's existing, but it can be done in a better way. And the other battle that we had to do was there was also strong discrimination against motorcycles and motorcycle drivers, right? A lot of times, you know, because a getaway bike or crime is committed on a bike, they think that all bikers are, you know, by association criminals, right? But in this country, if you were half intelligent, you would not use a car for a getaway vehicle, right? Just think about it. It's just like asking for trouble. And, you know, bikers, you know, they're dirty. They wear a mask, which is very acceptable now, but not before. It's because of the elements. It's dirty. I don't want to get dark. Or it's dusty, right? And therefore they look at the way they do. So we wanted to set out to prove that, you know, hey, bikers are hardworking individuals just like you and us, and we need to not paint them with one brush, right? And we're overwhelmed to say that, you know, there was strong support for this. This is EDSA Shrine, and we've basically filled up all the way to the end and on both sides. People who really came out to support this initiative. And, you know, we wanted to also go through the proper routes. And so we went to the courts to seek some guidance on what we could do to help to bring back transportation. And thankfully, they granted us an injunction against the government and allowed us to continue to resume our business, right? That was a big win for us. And that was after like 8 months of wondering what to do and talking to as many people as we could. Unfortunately, the DOTR kind of escalated this to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court injunctioned our injunction. And so we had to halt operations only a few months after getting our injunction, right? And so this is milestone 2. And at this point, we wanted to think of a way to tell people creatively in the most Angkas way possible, right? I mean, 50% of deaths come from motorcycle accidents. But, we had a really great safety record. We had a 0.003% accident rate. And we wanted to convince the Supreme Court and the regulators, about this. So let me share a campaign that we run. Oops, how do I? Okay, so what's the key takeaway from that, right? Condoms are only 98% safe. Please remember that. We know that campaign was really, really successful, right? We managed to get 155,000 petition signatures in a week. We got the attention of all the politicians because this happened over Christmas, right? Christmas is our special time with regulators. And Congress took notice, Senate took notice. They were like, what's going on? What's this Angkas thing? Who are these people who are, making so much noise? And once they got to learn the story, they actually understood the good that we were doing and how it could even help even more people. So Congress passed the resolution. Senate followed to ask DOTR to give us provisional authority to operate. And eventually, this was in January. Eventually, we managed to get the regulators as well to give us a pilot, and in May, and that was a big win for us because this meant that we are officially allowed on the streets by the government, and we were working on the law, right, to basically figure out how can we make motorcycles a legitimate service for everyone, not just for transportation, but for even deliveries and all forms of motorcycles out there that are for hire. So pre-COVID, right, we had trained over 100,000 bikers, but only onboarded 30,000, right? And this is because we wanted to make sure that we only have the best drivers on board, right? So we fill 70% of our bikers, but training is free, so they're welcome to come and train again and again until they pass, right? I have people who've trained like 7 times and failed 6 times, and when they pass, they're so proud to be an Angkas biker. We have over 5 million downloads and a 99.997% safety record. So at this point, it's like, what can go wrong? COVID. So this is our third milestone, right? Something that the government's been trying to do all this time, and now, famous last words, COVID-19 hit us, and we out of the blue. This wiped out 99% of our business, right? And at this point, we were like, okay, what are we gonna do now? We doubled down on deliveries, right? We launched a new service called Angkas Pabilit, because we felt that, at this point, at this time, how can we best help the community and serve the people? We actually partnered with over 200 restaurants to help do delivery services for them, because they were left high and dry now with suddenly no walk-in customers. We actually also removed the commissions from our bikers for that period of time, because we wanted to make sure that all proceeds were going directly to the bikers to help them as much as possible. We also partnered with big names like SM to help to do Babili service for their shops in order to get it out to people who can't make it out of the house as well. So that was something that we were very proud of doing. But we also recognized and were very truthful in our communications with our users that, hey, we know we're not number one, at least not in deliveries, right? I mean, there's Grab, there's Lala Move, and we're definitely not number one. But please help us out. We're doing our best. We're doing our best for bikers as well. And restaurants actually get calls from people to say, hey, I want Angkas to do the deliveries because I know they're helping their bikers. So that was something that's very heartwarming for us, and we were very happy that worked out. So the next step was really, how do we bring back motorcycle taxis in fighting something that we can't see, right? I think this is where we decided to work with medical professionals, right? And especially the College of Public Health to come up with new protocols to bring motorcycle riding back to the public, right? Because this is a service that's needed. It's open air ventilation, which is actually very, very safe. But then there's a 1 meter ruling that I think was a big blocker for us. So we worked with US safety experts. We worked to develop this shield along with medical professionals, right? So the US firm actually trains the Marines there, and we together worked on this shield that's aerodynamic, safe, and shatterproof. This actually led to the government allowing back riding for households, right? Unfortunately, not for Angkas. We did all of this R&D, and we didn't want that to go to waste. So we actually also published the specifics, and gave it to the public for free. So guys, go produce it, and you can ride with people as long as you have the shield. And then ECQ happened, where all public transportation was stopped, and this was actually an opportunity for us to help more people, because at this point, healthcare workers were not able to go to work, and this is something they needed to do. So we provided free rides to healthcare workers, and we gave away shields to LGUs to help them with their frontline workers as well. I'm happy to say that was a big success, because this was a basis for us to bring back transportation, because we did thousands of rides with zero transmission, and these were with high risk individuals. So this was actually a big proof of concept that the shield can be ridden in a safe way and also protect you from COVID. So today, we've just gotten guidelines approved for the return of motorcycle taxis. That was 2 weeks ago. Tomorrow, we're having an inspection to show that we're in compliance with all the new COVID protocols, right? You need to have your own helmets now. The shield needs to be in place. There needs to be sanitization, contact tracing, health declaration forms. So fingers crossed, on Monday, hopefully, we'll be back on the streets. I just want to say that, we're here to keep fighting, to continue to fight, to work with the government to turn this, people, animals, and whatnot on motorcycles into this. So, just some key takeaways, right? I mean, I think I've learned a lot through this journey. You know, it's been almost 4 years, and it's really something that I won't forget. But I just want to say that life is not always black and white, right? It's people coming from different perspectives, right? We understand that the government was worried, and that's something that we had to address on what that worry was, and not just keep telling them that, hey, we're safe, we're safe, we're safe. We needed to bridge that gap, right? And there's always opportunities where there are problems. And in the Philippines, there are a lot of problems. But I think for us, it was really to keep to our core values, right? Which is to really help as many people as possible through what we're doing, and to keep safety and education as the core pillars of what we're doing. We also learned that nothing markets itself, right? Despite having insurance from day one, this was something that kept coming up through the years of people being surprised that we do have it, or even in government meetings that we only take one passenger at a time. So, even though that's something that in your head, you have to keep saying the same thing until you're blue in the face, until it sticks, right? And I think the other thing I've also learned is that there's always going to be problems, right? Every time we think it's smooth sailing, something happens, and it's how do you not let that get you down, and take a deep breath and just tackle it, because you'll always have problems along the way. No matter how successful or how high up you think you are, there's always going to be problems. So it's taking that mindset and mentality, and just taking one step at a time. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Tham. At this point, let us welcome back the chairman of the NextGen Conference and the Chief Innovation Officer of Udena Group, Dr. Donald Lim.
Hello. Thank you, Angeline, for sharing your story. Indeed, it is a very inspiring story. So I will now handle the Q&A and moderate this closing session with Miss Angeline. Okay, there you go.
Hi,
Hello.
Donald.
Hello, nice to see you again. Again, it has been very inspiring, your story, and you said it has been 4 years. You've been on the streets, you've been off the streets, right? And I really like your video, your ending video, because you're not just a group of motorcycle drivers, but you are actually a movement, right? And by providing so many jobs to people, and bringing people from one place to the other, you're actually helping the Philippine economy move faster, right? Amidst the traffic, right? So I think before I go to my questions, I would like to ask everyone to, again, in your chat box, please feel free to ask your questions in the chat box, and I will ask Angeline that later on. Okay, so again, feel free to if you have any questions for Miss Angeline, put it in the chat box, no? And we'll ask that. So again, let me just ask you my first question. What do you think is the toughest challenge in your journey? And it can be, again, personal, professional. It can be. Do you think is it really the government? I mean, you've seen this around other countries being executed. Also, some also had similar hardships and challenges. Some are on the streets already. What do you think is the biggest challenge for you
Right now?
Yeah.
I think the biggest challenge right now is really what each individual is feeling, right? So for me, it's business as usual in a way, right? The challenges we're having, but right now with COVID, the lockdown, there's a new challenge, which is mental, right? How do you stay connected with your colleagues? How do you keep people motivated? How do you keep yourself motivated? So I think for me now, it's to kind of like look inside a little bit more and learn how to be how to push through this, right? I mean, I think I have to say, like, I think at Angkas, a lot of us are used to getting shut down, so we're very resilient in that sense, right? But it's just dealing with this new paradigm. How do we now look inside and be even more resilient, not just for the business, but for ourselves and our families and those around us.
Yeah, and how do you, if you get shut down, you're very lucky that your drivers actually empathize with you, right? I mean, they don't complain, they know it's not your fault, right? So I think that's also good. How do you screen your drivers when you put them on board? Do you have a screening process?
Yes. So we have a very stringent application process, right? We do background checks. They have to give their ORCR, MBI clearance, or police clearance. And then they actually have to pass exams. So they go through training. They have written exam that they have to pass. And then they also have an obstacle course exam where they have to ride a passenger. Yes. I mean, I'm Singaporean, so maybe I'm a little bit more cautious, but I want to see and make sure that they can actually pass, right? So we fail about 50% of the people on that obstacle course itself.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. So it's not just them applying and you allowing them to use the ANCAS uniform, right? They have to go through a certain process.
They have to be, I guess, in a way worthy, right? Because we don't care if you don't have an educational background, right? But you need to have a good attitude. You need to be proof that you are responsible for the motorcycle. You can ride well, right? At the end of the day, we tell them, like, you are responsible for the life of another person. If you can't handle that, just leave. Don't join, because it's not worth it, whatever happens, right?
True.
Yeah.
So with all of these challenges, what are the things that really inspire you, right, to just keep on pushing forward? I mean, for 4 years, it's not easy. I'm sure it's not easy, right? I'm sure, like some entrepreneurs who are here, even those who are in business, this COVID really it's a stake in the heart, right? And some would say, just close down or do whatever, do other things, right? But what keeps you going and what inspires you to keep you on going?
I mean, I actually work with my husband, right? So he also works in the business, and he's a very inspiring figure for me because he just keeps going, and I think we help each other out on that front. But then when I think about giving up because it's so hard, I think about at the core of it, what we're doing is right. If ANCAS is not here, all of our motorcycle bikers would not have the dignity that they have right now in getting a livelihood, right? And I feel like I'll be letting down a lot of people, not just our bikers, but even the biker community at large, right? Because we've been slowly changing that mindsets of people that motorcycle drivers are like yuck, right? And a lot of people now are like, motorcycle drivers are friendly, they're polite, and I think for me, it's a waste to give it up because we haven't reached what we want to do, which is to get legalization for regulation around this business, right? To kind of continue forward. So I just gotta keep going, unfortunately.
Yeah, true. I mean, you talk about your husband, George. He's also a very good friend of mine. How do you, it's very fascinating to see a couple working hand in hand. How do you divide the roles? I mean, how do you divide the roles at work? How do you also divide the roles at home?
It's not easy working with your husband because this job is really 24/7. But I think what helps is we segregate what we're kind of in charge of. Right, so I'm responsible for day-to-day operations, and he's in charge of the public affairs and public relations, right, and also the marketing side. So we don't kind of step on each other's toes, and we have discussions when there's a little bit of a gray area there. At home, I would say that regular household. I guess I take care of the family in the house. So that's
You still enjoy weekends together, right? I mean, normal family still go out.
Oh, my son is 4, so we can't go out. But I mean, we do. But I would say that with COVID, ironically, work from home. We're working at home 24/7 now. There's no break. It's actually better to be working in an office versus work from home.
True, it's busier.
Hopefully in time it can normalize again.
Okay. I have a question. Again, almost similar to what I asked earlier from Maria Maranya, Angelita Maranya. I'm also a angkas passenger.
Yeah.
And I have experienced how polite the riders are.
Thank you.
They also communicate and ensure that the passengers are safe during the trip. I'm curious, how did you manage the expectations of your people and help them to not lose hope and keep going?
That's a good question. I think, I mean, whenever we get shut down, we try our best to still support our bikers, right? So with deliveries, and whatnot, So through this time, we also have a vision of what we want, and I think thankfully our bikers also share the same vision, which is we want to be recognized and we want to be regulated. Regulate us. This is what we're asking, right? And COVID was a different ball game, right? But in this case, we were supporting our bikers by educating them about COVID, giving them masks. We provided food packs for them as well. We took away commissions. We did everything we could to try and help them through, right? So that's you just got to keep going, right? And in order to also help them, we also help the industry. We're like, hey, join these other players, right? Yeah. So whatever we can do.
They can't see your presentation.
Okay.
That's okay. That's it's a bit delayed. That's fine.
Yeah, it's done.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
My presentation. That's my husband.
Tell him to join us. Actually, I have a question for him. Okay. Okay. So you have all of these happening. Can you tell us very quickly when you make a business pivot? So you're not like angkas passengers anymore. So right now you're telling me you're also allowing your riders to deliver. Is that the case? And you do it B2B. You subcontract it to company.
So we do deliveries. We do public. We're like really, really close to bringing back transportation. Fingers crossed, everyone. Hopefully we can come back on Monday. I think this is something that's really needed with the economy right now. No, I mean our bikers can join other platforms as well, right? And that's something we encourage if they're not able to make ends meet.
Can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't like it, but we encourage them to do so, right? Because we really want them to be able to feed their families, right? So yeah.
So all your bikers are really commission based, right? No, they don't have or do they have a fixed salary? They don't.
No. So actually, the beauty of this platform is that it enables bikers to become their own entrepreneurs. Right?
That's right.
Own time, own target. They actually make majority of whatever a customer pays them. Right? If he has like a platform fee. So it's if they want to send their kids to school, they can take a break and send their kids to school. If they they just want to grab coffee with their wives, they can go do so. Right? So it's really up to them.
Very nice. Very nice. Okay. There are no other questions. Maybe I won't take up too much of your time. I know you have meetings back to back, and we're really appreciative. The MAB is really appreciative for you joining us. Maybe some last words from you to our entrepreneurs and business people who also, like you, are undergoing very challenging times in this COVID session.
Okay. I think for me, it's always expect the unexpected. So when the unexpected happens, you're prepared, right? And I find that especially through this time, it helps to be grateful, to kind of like look at what the silver linings are, right? So whenever I'm feeling disappointed or frustrated or overwhelmed, sometimes I look out in the sky, it's a beautiful day, and just be grateful for the small things in life. I think that helps change your perspective and the way that you feel or view the frustrations that you have, right? So just looking inside a little bit, being thankful for what you have, that helps me get through the day and to focus on the task I have ahead, and then take it one step at a time so I don't get overwhelmed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. Angelina, say hi again to George. He should have joined us.
Will do, Donald.
Thank you. I see you. Okay. Thank you, Angeline, for joining us. I would like to now just formally close this session. As you've heard and as you've seen, I hope you actually enjoyed this experience. I know that some of you struggled during this entire process. This is not your regular MAP conference where you sit back and listen to all the speakers. It's a very hands-on, interactive, engaging, and it requires you to be very much involved for it to work. When we attempted to do the theme crash landing, we felt that that it really is very apt for our current situation. In many cases, we all crash landed onto management, and we have to finally decide to just work our butts off to survive, no? Until hopefully by 2021, 2022 will be better off. So again, as hopefully we actually stay true to our promise that we've created a conference like no other in MAP. We want a lean forward versus a lean back event. Hopefully it's engaging and interactive for all of you. It's personalized. I saw so many people moving from room to room. I hope you enjoyed that process. It's collaborative. I hope also I've been in some of the rooms where all of you are sharing, and I hope again it's enjoyable. You're learning from one another, and hopefully you again it's something for you. It's enriching because you get what you contribute. No, and I hope you also understand that the more you contribute, actually you learn from it, and you get to digest what you are applying. No. Again, I would like to thank our knowledge partners, our diamond sponsors, our gold, our bronze sponsors, and everyone who's here. We were able to mount this in a very a short lead time, but again, we're very happy that all of you supported us for this very first NextGen conference. Again, to our speakers, Secretary Carlo, Lance, Ms. Tan Huy Ling, Ian, and then of course Angeline, for being our plenary speakers. We have very great reviews about all of your presentations. And again, to the breakout sessions, I'm sure you didn't attend just only one breakout. Some of you, most of you are moving from room to room. I hope also that you enjoyed a very intimate session. Ask anything from all of them. These are our batch 1 breakout sessions and batch 2 breakout sessions. Again, hopefully it was a learning for you. So we experimented with an unconference. Again, I would like to thank the moderators who moderated the sessions for us. I actually sat in for Poch Macaranas. No, he had an emergency, but very interesting. I was in room 4, but there was no one there. No, I don't know why no one attended my session. But I hope that so I went to others and I was learning from others also. Very interactive session. So to all of the moderators, thank you for being there and then experimenting this unconference with MAP. To the Secretary of MAP, thank you also for all your hard work. Again, this is a very different, non-traditional event, and again, I hope it's a learning exercise for all of us. So let me end this conference by during this experience, I was crafting what is a NextGen, and I would always say that NextGen, based on this experience and working with the NextGen committee, I felt that it's good to also describe who we are. Initially, it was supposed to be members who can be and should be 50 and below or 45 and below, but I said, it's not just about age, no, but who we really are. So how do I define NextGen? I say that we are NextGen. We are daring, and we will always be the first. We will choose the road less traveled so the world can learn new things from us. And just so like this unconference, like this very non-traditional way of doing a conference, we may have a lot of tech challenges because it's the first, but it's fine because we would rather do something different and we all learn from it, right? We are non-conformists. We will challenge authority, not out of disrespect, but because we will attempt to offer new ideas to do things better, right? So we are rebels. We will push the boundaries of tradition. We might fail, but we will create new benchmarks for the world to follow. We are dreamers, not because we are younger, but because we want to collaborate with those who have come before us to change the world. And finally, we will make a difference because just as those before had made their mark, we will also, in our own way, write our story in making this world a better place. You've seen how this conference has been run. It's a bit non-traditional. You've seen all the speakers, all NextGeners who have stepped up the plate and shared their stories. Now we can conclude that NextGen is not a matter of age, but it's all about mindset. And I hope that we have this NextGen thinking imbibed with all of us as we, again, finish this very challenging year. And hopefully we all pray that 2021 will be better for all of us. So having said that, I would like to thank all of you for being here, for experiencing this with us. We apologize for some of the tech problems, but again, that comes with the territory of innovating and of doing something that is totally different. So thank you, and I look forward to seeing all of you in the second NextGen conference. So this is your Captain Ree, aka Donald Lim, signing off. Thank you very much for being here.
After a day of intense learning and freedom of discussion and expression, we hope you have been inspired to be masters of change and resilience. Thank you for being a part of the first NextGen Web Conference 2020.
We would like to thank the following sponsors for their generous support for this first Management Association of the Philippines NextGen Web Conference. Our knowledge partner, SGV and Company. Our diamond sponsor, First Philippine Holdings Inc. Our gold sponsors, PLDT Smart and Stratcom. Our silver sponsors, BPI, Security Bank, and United Auctioneers. Our bronze sponsor, Ayala Corporation. Our media partners, ANC, Biz News Asia, Business World, Philippine Daily Inquirer, Philippine Star, and the Manila Times. Our platform partner, Vernu. And finally, our website partner, RGC.
Here, try this. Wait, let's make this extra. Ta-da! Making spicy tofu stew? This works best.
Uy, gising! Uy, ikaw na.
Just because we need to keep our distance doesn't mean we have to stay distant. Stay close to your passions with free stories for all. Get 14 gigabytes for Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter for just 99 pesos. Share your passions. Share your stories. Download the GigaLife app and choose free stories.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Things keep getting better because the sun you've loved is now smart.
The sun brings in a new day and everything changes.
Get used to a more seamless prepaid experience. Load via smart retailers, the GigaLife app, and the online store. Say hello to even more promos, events, deals, and partnerships under Smart. Make the most of your Giga with even more Giga promos suited to your needs.
And don't worry, you get to keep your Sun mobile number as you move on to Smart, the country's fastest mobile data network. Now you see why? Welcome to Smart.
When I grow up, will there still be birds? What about turtles or whale sharks? Please stop making animals disappear.
When I grow up, can I still swim in the beach? They say some beaches are too polluted. What does that mean? Please help me. I don't want to grow up in a dying planet. If you're gonna produce energy, make sure it's good for all of us.
At NextGen, we believe it's our responsibility to provide cleaner energy that's good for the environment. So we only produce power that is 100% clean, 100% reliable, using 0% coal. Not just for us, but for more generations to come. NextGen, 100% green power, 100% good power.
So, are we good?
Tired of missing the latest news? Get the Inquirer mobile app to get the latest stories and updates as they happen. The Inquirer mobile app is an easy-to-use app with quick access to stories and also enhances your experience on other Inquirer platforms. The Inquirer mobile app also lets you recommend stories for the Inquirer front page and share stories on various social platforms. Have a story to tell? Be an Inquirer reporter with the My Inquirer function. Now that's news anytime, anywhere, always.
Got something you want to share to the world? We got you, fam. We are looking for awesome people like you who want to share content that deserve a spotlight on our site. Whether it's a list of everything you love about catos and doggos, pop culture related artworks, or even your own random photos, memes, and funny videos, we'd be happy to see it and share it to the world. Join our award-winning team and be part of our Ink Pop creator community.